Well, here we are. The inaugural Election Watch live stream. I hope it's all working properly. It had a moment there when I pressed go live and seemed like it all crashed. And this is my very first time ever doing live streaming on YouTube. So I hope it is working. Let me know if you can hear me. It all sounds, it looks like it's working as far as I can tell. Let me know if it is in the chat. Hopefully it's all working as intended. Assuming that it has, the polls have closed as of about 60 seconds ago as I'm speaking. The votes have been cast and they go off to be counted. And that's what we're here for. Live reaction to the results coming in. And yes, it was all working by the looks of it. Good. That's a relief. I've been sitting here all day thinking, all of a sudden, I've been working for ages, putting things together, the graphics you see on the screen and stuff like that. And I've been thinking, it suddenly occurred to me today, I haven't got a clue how to live stream on YouTube. Probably should have looked into that a bit earlier, but we managed to muddle our way through. This is my first time doing it, so it'll be a bit hit and miss. It'll be a bit Tim Pot, as everything on this channel is, to be fair. Tim Pot and proud. But I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be good fun. We're going to have probably 2, maybe 3 hours, actually, of not much happening. The first results expected at 1 a.m, as per what I've read. But let me know if you guys see on social media and stuff, or hear in the news that account is about to be declared. Just let me know, put it in the chat, and we'll go and have a look. Because I'll try and keep my eyes in various places, but I can't obviously be across all of it. But guys, thank you all for being here. The first ever live stream on this channel. We've come a long way. I won't be too soppy for too long, but I said before, I genuinely didn't think this channel would come to very much, and here we are, over 14,000 subscribers in just over 18 months, and doing a live results stream for a massive set of elections across England, Scotland, and Wales. So yeah, brilliant. Thank you all for being here. What you see on the map is essentially what we did in that video the other day. This is as it stands at the moment in England. Only England results can be coming in overnight. Scotland and Wales, we're not going to get any of those until tomorrow late morning. So it'll just be England, a few English councils tonight. We'll stay up as long as it seems sort of reasonable to do so. Obviously, I'm streaming again at 10, so I'm going to have to go and get some sleep at some point. We'll play it by ear in terms of how long this goes on for. But anyway, yeah, here's the map. And look, we've spoken about it before, I know, in the videos, but we can talk about it live now, can't we? A lot of red on this map. I mean, London, of course, there we've got a specific London map we'll use by itself in a minute, but up in Yorkshire, Greater Manchester, all red. Dark red, of course, means Labour majority control. The lighter red, these sort of pink colours here, that's a Labour largest party. And then some independents up in Pendle and Burnley. It's all going to change, isn't it? This map is going to look really quite a lot different, particularly up in the northeast. We saw in that video the other day, the northeast set to change quite dramatically as well. Now, bear in mind, that video I did do on Tuesday was using my own sort of the poll ratings that I came up with based off of the by-elections that we've followed so far this year. So I basically have been putting into a spreadsheet all of the results that we look at every week, and then essentially just looked at how much of the vote each party has been winning on average in those by-elections. That's how we got that result that I put into the poll check website the other day, and that's what it came up with. So look, it's potential that Reform may not do as well as that poll, the numbers I put in. They may do slightly worse than that. Obviously, the average of the opinion polls at the moment has them on around about 27%, I think. We have them about 29%, and it's a small margins at the moment with everyone sort of polling quite low. But again, Labour in the opinion polls are at 19%, and to be honest with you, I would be somewhat surprised if they get that much, frankly. I think they'll be looking at quite a bit less than that in terms of the vote share. The Conservatives are going to be an interesting one to see how they do. I mean, I've been saying for a while, haven't I, that I don't think they're not in a great position, but they do seem to be doing better than they were a few months ago, certainly in the latter part of last year. They've had a bit of a revival, but this is the real test. Have they cut through? And I still think that Reform are going to smash their way through the East Anglia counties, Norfolk, Suffolk and Essex, Thurrock as well, which is Labour controlled at the moment. I think that the real teller of how well the Tories have done or how poorly they've done will be the Sussexes and Hampshire. If Reform are close to getting majorities in the Sussexes, or even getting majority in the Sussexes, then we know that the Reform really have kind of killed off the Tories this year. So yeah, get in the chat. Let me know what you guys think. I suppose the most important thing to start with is, did you all get out to go and vote today? I mean, I know some of you may not have been in a place where there was an election. I've cast my vote today. First thing I did when I got up, went out to the polling station. So hopefully all of you in the chat have been down to the polling station today to do your civic duty and to cast your ballot. Thank you for the super chats coming in as well. It's very kind of you to so many of you are so complimentary to the channel. It really is. I mean, honestly, I've always said it. I am just a man with a microphone and an internet connection. There is no more qualification to what I say than that. It really is that simple. I don't have any sort of deep insight or professional qualification. I'm just very interested in politics, and I think we're living in really extraordinary times. And I think elections like this are just very fascinating. Last year was fascinating. I should have done a live stream last year, really. I was going to, and then in the end, I didn't know how many results were going to come in overnight, and I thought, oh, it won't be worthwhile. Of course, I hadn't completely forgotten there was going to be the Runcorn by-election, and I was sitting up watching all the results come in at about 1 a.m, thinking, like, I should be live right now. This would be a great opportunity. But never mind. We're here this year, and we're going to get something as equally as incredible, really, just with Labour really on the receiving end. I think what's going to happen in London, most of the London results, I think, coming in early hours, probably before we start the second live stream tomorrow morning. And I think London's going to be really quite incredible. Let's go and have a look at London quickly, actually. It's one of these maps here. I think it might be that one. There it is. It's going to have a look at London. So there's the capital. I mean, just look at all that red. And it's a stronghold, isn't it, for Labour? I mean, there's so many, in terms of parliamentary seats, there's so many seats concentrated in London that if you take the Labour vote away from London, they're already in a very, very, or far weaker position electorally, just because of the sheer density of seats in the capital. But I think with the ethnic minority, particularly the Muslim vote, sort of deserting Labour in the higher ethnic minority portions of the city, that it's going to be a battering for them, and they've lost a lot of the traditional Labour voters. I think have gone. Some have gone to the Greens, some have gone to Reform. Again, the Tories will be interesting to see. Obviously, I think they will win back Westminster. I think that one's pretty much a given. Wandsworth will be interesting to see. Obviously, a lot of the things I've seen says they'll be the largest party, but not quite enough to win it over. And then how well do they fend off Reform in the eastern fringes, Bromley, Bexley, and Havering? Probably not so much, because the Tories actually aren't that big there anyway. It's more independents. But yeah, Bexley and Bromley for sure. And it'll just be interesting to see actually how well Reform do in other boroughs. I don't think they're expecting to win any more than Bexley, Havering, and potentially Bromley. Again, it will be a sign if they win Bromley, they've done very well, and the Tories would have done badly. I don't think Reform are expecting to win any more councils in London. I think that'll be quite unlikely. But it'd be interesting to see how many seats they pick up in other London boroughs, if any. Be interesting to see how well they do in Barnet. I said in the video the other day, particularly after the awful events in Golders Green, the effect on the Jewish community, currently Barnet Labour majority control, as you can see there. Obviously expecting them to lose it anyway, but how badly did they lose it? Because in our prediction of the day, it was still Labour largest party, if I remember rightly. So, yeah, the capital is going to be very, very fascinating as well. Up to you guys in terms of how we do this. We've got this map here that I'm looking at on the... with the colours on it, this one. Hang on a minute. Just making sure everything's still working properly. I'm like paranoid about things not working properly here, but it all seems to be working. Okay, it's all moving around. Okay, cool. Right. What was I talking about? Where was I? Oh, yeah, how are we going to do the map? That's right. So we've got this map, which is how it stands at the moment. And what we can do is, if you prefer, we can go in, and then as things change, we can just turn things over. So currently it's it's Labour majority control in Wakefield. We could then do that in Wakefield when it changes. Alternatively, here's one I made earlier. I've changed all the councils that could change colour to toss up, and then we can just fill them in. So really, whatever you guys would prefer. Would you rather see the Labour red turn to different colours, or would you rather go from a blank canvas and then turn on the colours as they come in that way? The ones that are still red here are the ones that will be majority control regardless. So there's a number up here. Chorley, Wigan, Salford and Manchester, they're all going to be Labour majorities because of the size majority already, even if they lose all of the seats they're defending. Same down in Plymouth for Labour. And then the Lib Dems are defending Eastleigh, Winchester, Wokingham and Woking. and they're all going to be majority controlled as well at the end of this, as is Watford in there. So yeah, some of them are already coloured. But yeah, what would you rather? It's entirely up to you, really, guys. I don't mind. Blank canvas. Blank canvas seems to be winning. Red disappear. All right. Well, look, either way you'll get it, because I'll tell you what. Let's do it with the blank canvas, because I'll probably do a recorded video next week or something, and I'll probably just turn that. I'll do that one and use the colours one and turn them all red. To turn the red ones to yeah. Well, it's a bit of a split, but do a poll. Oh, now you put me under pressure, because see, I told you I'm new to this. Let me see if I can figure out how to do a poll. One sec. Let's see if we can figure this out. Right, bear with me then. Here we go. Start a poll. Look at that. Here we go. Right. So we want a blank canvas or red disappears. Not that I'm biased, of course. Actually, I want to talk about this. But frankly, it's just going to be... here we go. Which map to use? Question mark. Start poll. Let's go. There we go. Right, get the votes in then on the poll. Right, let me see if I missed anything, because I'm... The other issue you should bear in mind, by the way, I'm only on one monitor. I am woefully unprepared for this. I don't have the space for two monitors. I don't have a studio either. I'm just stuck sort of awkwardly down the end of my living room, so there will be dogs about. You may hear some dog barking. Hopefully not tonight, but probably tomorrow during the stream. So yeah, I will try not to miss too much of the chat, but I have to keep sort of switching back. So if the map just sort of stays still for a while, that is why. I'm just kind of catch up with everything that's going on. So super chat from Lightwords today. Thank you for your channel. Appreciate your info. Followed you since the beginning. Thank you very much. Go reform. May we have common sense government for our country's future. There you go. That's Lightwords today. Is it reality? Thank you for the super chats. For extra coffee, and thank you for all your hard work. Much appreciated. Well, that's very kind of you. Thank you very much. I will use your money wisely. I don't actually drink coffee. This is going to be a thing tonight. I'm on the Monster Energy drinks at some point. I'm not a coffee drinker, but I will. That's very kind of you. Is it reality? Super chat from, I'm not saying that username, but I recognise that's the picture of the Welsh reformer on X, I think. Very kind super chat from you. Thank you very much. And I think that's me all caught up. Seems like it. Right. How's the poll doing? It's looking like 58% blank canvas at the moment. So blank canvas is doing all right. Can we make it a 52-48 Brexit vote? That's the question. That is the question. And then, yeah. Right, while you're voting on the poll, I want to talk about my bias, because it comes up in, not all that often, but some people comment on it on my videos. Look, I'll be perfectly honest with you and transparent. I am biased. I have a bias. I don't think you can be interested in politics like I am, and not have your own philosophy, political opinions. And I have my own opinions, and I stand very firmly on them. However, I will openly admit that. And what I'll say to you is that although I do have a bias, I will always try and do these videos objectively. So when Reform have a bad week, which they do, most of my videos have been about Reform having good weeks, because that has been mostly what's happened. But when Reform have a bad week, I'll be honest about it, and I try to be honest about that when it happens, and I try to be balanced. Sometimes my own bias and view of the world slips through when I'm talking about other political parties. I try and keep that to a minimum, because I know you guys aren't here for political lectures and stuff like that. You're here for electoral content, and that's what I'm here for as well, really. But I just wanted to say that, really. I am fully aware, and I accept that I do have a bias, and the difference is between, me doing this and then, I mean, this content's a bit different, but compared to maybe what you get in the mainstream media and stuff, where I think there's bias there, but they just won't accept it, they won't admit it. So look, I do have a bias. Of course I do. I think it'd be silly for me to pretend that I don't. But I will always try and be balanced and fair when I'm reporting on this stuff, because that's what this channel's all about. Right. Anyway, that's that. So how's the poll doing? Looks like we got 56% for blank canvas. It's still winning. So we'll keep it running for a little bit longer. I'll let you guys keep Poppy Fairy 1968 for some extra monster. Thank you very much. Yeah, we put to good use. Probably tomorrow morning, indeed. Right. Someone said do a before and after map as well. Yeah, I probably will do that as a video after the election. I think it'll be quite stark. So let's talk about what's on the screen first of all. So you've spoken about the map, and then we've got the councils to watch graphic. There's some that I've just picked out. I used the poll check website basically, and I used their numbers, and these are the councils that they think are likely to change control. Now, not necessarily complete control, i.e. from one party to the other, but from one party to no overall control, or no overall majority. Of course, what will happen in the aftermath of this election is the parties will go start bartering with each other, and then coalitions will get formed. What will be interesting is, because last year the elections were all whole council elections, and so Reform won majorities on a lot of them. This year it's mostly electing by thirds, and therefore Reform don't have the opportunity to form majorities on most of these councils, and so they're going to be locked out of power most likely. It's going to be interesting to see who forms up with who to form administrations in these councils, who throws in with who, and in some of the cases where it might be possible for the Reform and a Reform Party and the Tories to come together and run a council together, do they take the opportunity? It'd be interesting to see. This is going to be the first real test of will the Tories and Reform actually work together if the situation sort of requires it. So yeah, that's going to be very interesting. Right. It seems like blank canvas is winning. Shall we end it there? Do you think 55% will do blank canvas? That was winning before in the chat. So yeah, we'll end the poll there. We'll do blank canvas then. That's fine. We'll use the map that's on the screen as it stands. That's cool. That works for me. So yeah, all this will get filled in. We'll do the same as we did in the video. If a party ends up being the largest party, but not overall majority control, then we'll do, who should we pick? Reform, I suppose. Let's do Reform, largest party in Newcastle, maybe. There you go. So that will go like a light blue. I know some of the colours are a bit difficult to see, unfortunately. That's what it is, but we'll be talking through it as we go. So that'll be if somebody's the largest party but no overall control. And then, of course, the darker colour for if they actually get majority control there as well. So the first results, like I said, are coming in at about 1 a.m. as per the Press Association website that I have seen. Somebody linked it to me, actually, very kindly. We're expecting results in from Broxbourne. That one's a bit boring because that one's going to stay Tory. Tories got majority here, can't be beaten, but it'll be interesting to see how well they hold up. It'll be one of the earliest results. In Hertfordshire, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it is in Hertfordshire, just across the border from Essex, I think. Traditional, pretty much heartland area for the Tories. How well does their vote hold up down here? How well does Reform do? They did all right in Hertfordshire last year. The Liberal Democrats did very well in Hertfordshire last year as well. So that will be an interesting one to keep an eye on. And then we got other results coming in from Halton up in the northwest. If I move that across to there, Halton is that one. Yeah. So yeah, up there on Mersey, on the Mersey side. That'll be an interesting one to see. It's only electing by thirds, but as you can see, it is one that Labour could lose majority control of. Currently majority there for Labour. And the other one that's slightly after that, I'll have to refer to my sheets 1 second. We've got another one at 1:30 at Harlow. So back down in the southeast, actually, in Harlow. If I come back to the map, that'll be down here. And unfortunately, I still haven't fixed this map, but it's this one here. So that one won't be changing colour because I still haven't fixed this map. I somehow managed to get some of the places wrong when I put this together, and unfortunately, it's a bit of a pain to get the other ones back on. So yeah, there we go. So yeah, we've got probably 2.5 hours to wait, so we're gonna have to find something to talk about in all that time. So I'll tell you one thing actually before we go on to random things. I just happened to come across this before I went live. Ed Miliband's allegedly been having private conversations with Keir Starmer, telling him to set out a timeline for his resignation. So is it the end for Starmer? That's the question, isn't it? I think it is. But then again, I mean, he survived so much to this point that sort of nothing ceases to amaze with him. He has shown some pretty incredible survivability, considering the things that have gone on with him. But yeah, I mean, what do you guys think? The end of Starmer? It's got to be, hasn't it? Red Ed already sharpening the knife. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the thing, isn't it? He is probably I'd say he's the best positioned out of all of them. In my opinion, I think he's the one who, yeah, has the best shot. I mean, obviously Rayner's still got the stuff going on with the tax. Burnham's not in Parliament, so it's very, very difficult for those two. I think Rayner and Miliband probably the best two, aren't they, at the moment? Yes, this is live. Yeah. Oh, you want a poll to see who we all voted for? That's a good idea. Yeah, we'll do that in a minute. That's a good idea. Yeah, well, Pius Moltar, yeah, if it was the Tories, he would have left months ago. Well, this is the thing, isn't it? A lot of people have mentioned this, that he was the main cheerleader for Boris Johnson to go in the midst of Partygate, and I think the stuff that's happened under his administration the last couple of years has been a lot worse, really, than Partygate. I think the Mandelson stuff is far worse. The security, national security implications with it. Love Jesus 2026. Amen. Amen to that. Please do a poll of who we voted for. Yeah, it's a good idea. We will do that. We'll do that in a minute. Yeah, it's. I think the stuff that's gone on under Starmer has been far worse, really, in terms of the sleaze and wider security, wider implications. So yeah, I do agree. If it had been the other foot on the other, if it had been the shoe on the other foot, Starmer would be demanding they go. You're right. Right, should we do this poll then? That's a good idea. Let's get this poll going. 1 second. So, start a poll. Who did you vote for? I might have a decent idea as to how this goes, but who knows? I'm not sure how many options I can do. I'm going to do Reform. I'm going to do Green next. How many can I do? I can do 4. So do Green, Tory, and Labour then. That's fine. Green, Tory, Labour. Sorry, it's the Lib Dems. Or do you want Lib Dems in there? No, surely not. It's got to be Reform, Green, or Tory. Reform, Green, Tory, or Labour, right? Kemeva did not vote because I'm too young. I haven't got enough options for that, really, I'm afraid. Add Restore. We can't vote for Restore. No point putting Restore on there. You can vote for Great Yarmouth first in one town, but you can't vote for Restore Britain this time. Right, I'm going with that. Reform, Green, Tory, and Labour. If you voted Lib Dem, if you're a passionate Lib Dem voter, you can let us all know in the chat. How are we doing then? So let's see. We have got. Well, I've had 16,000 views already. That's incredible. Wow, first 25 minutes. 2,700 view concurrent viewers. That's brilliant. Really, really good. I wasn't really sure what to expect from a live stream, to be honest with you. So that is really heartening. Yeah, thanks all for being here, making it a milestone in the channel's lifetime. How are we doing? Well, I have to say, I'm not surprised to see Reform on currently on 88% of the vote. That seems interesting. The Greens are on 8%. The Greens are second. Tories third and Labour fourth. Yeah, okay. Yeah, get in the poll. Who did you vote for? Doesn't make a difference now, unfortunately, but, you know, who did you vote for anyway? Let us all know. SNP out of time. Well, interesting. It'll be interesting to see, won't it? I mean, I don't know if you guys watched the Scotland video I did last week. The Scottish nationalists weren't very happy with it, I think. Some of the comments I got they were not best pleased with what I came up with. But that's fine. Good point. I'm going to call you Welsh Reformer because I don't want to say that name out on stream. But yeah, by-election results come in the usual time. Yeah, good point, actually. Good point. There's a number of those as well. There's loads of by-elections going on. Add no vote. Well, if you didn't vote, if you're a no voter because none of the options on the poll satisfy you, you can say that in the chat as well. I can only do 4 options. Mind you, no vote probably would have got more than Labour in all fairness, but still. So, I was going to take you through the graphics, wasn't I? I think I got distracted. So on the left there, I mean, it's all quite self-explanatory, but we've got councils to watch, which is, like I say, pretty self-explanatory. Basically, they are all councils that poll check suggested with their numbers are quite likely to change control, either from majority to majority or majority to no overall control. So they're the ones on the left there that we'll be keeping an eye on. To be honest with you, it's most of the ones in England, frankly. Most of them are likely to go that way. And then down the bottom, we've got the number of councillors for each party. Now, this is being updated. It will be being updated live. I've got a handful of volunteers who are wonderful, wonderful people. They answered the call when I put out the call for help on the last couple of videos. I've got about just under 30 people helping me out, probably mostly tomorrow. Really, really kind of them. I should have. I will do that. Disappointed Englishman. Yeah, I will do that. Yeah, it's being updated live by these wonderful people who have offered me their time to put in vote data as it comes in, and then in theory, what should happen. Now, like I say, this is all very much out of my comfort zone. AI has helped a lot with all of this stuff, but what should happen, and I have tested it, is that when they put in the votes and show who wins the seats, those numbers should change at the bottom. Now, there'll be a bit of a delay. We'll be way behind the TV, BBC, and all this Sky and all that lot. We'll be way behind them because they've got live feeds. Unfortunately, we can't have a live feed because it costs too much money. I think you can actually get one, but it's pretty expensive. So no, we're doing it the old-fashioned way: manual data entry on a spreadsheet. Like I said, Tim Pot and proud. Yeah. So that's that down the bottom. We've got the same things for Scotland and Wales as well, but the only difference with those is that they're not updating live. I'll have to just they're not in the same way because of the Hunt proportional stuff. It just makes it a lot more complicated. I could have probably figured it out if I give myself a bit more time, but sadly I didn't. Right, let's stop looking at X now. In fact, we can go on here and have a quick scroll through, I suppose. Has anybody seen? I've actually seen a few things about turnout being quite good. Here's Base Thatcher as a follower of mine. That's his. I wouldn't want to say his or hers. Prediction for London. So he's gone even more green than we went, I think. Yeah, they've got Greenwich going fully green. But he hasn't got Brent. So we have Brent going largest party green as well. But a lot of it's the same. Lambeth, Southwark, Lewisham, Islington, Hackney, Haringey, and then Camden and Waltham Forest green largest. Yeah, and he's got Barnet going Tory as well. Interesting. Yeah, I did see from a few people that the turnout apparently has been quite impressive in England, but I wouldn't say I've necessarily seen that from a massively reliable source. Martin Daubney from GB News did post something about it, but yeah, it's not. Like I said, we'll have to wait and see. Sometimes you hear rumours that turnout has been quite impressive, and then actually it really wasn't. So we'll wait and see. This isn't the map we're using, as we're using this one. There we go. So yeah, turnout allegedly looking to be quite good. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. How's the poll doing? Reform at a strong 85% of the vote. Yeah. Can't say I'm all that surprised. Green second and 9%. But yeah, clearly this is a Friends of Reform channel, it seems. Which is fine. I don't mind that. I would be more than happy, by the way. Look, like I said, I've spoken about my bias and all that stuff, but I would be more than happy for people that I don't agree with, or people from parties that I don't support, to come and watch this channel. Like I say, I try and do things balanced. Maybe I get that wrong, but I don't know. Let me know what you think. Do I get it wrong or not? Where can you see these results yourselves? Do you mean in terms of the actual vote shares? On the council websites is the best place to find them. The thing is, I think on BBC they don't show you the ward level results, which is what we're going to be doing. We won't be looking at the ward level results on this, but on the council websites you'll see the results for each ward. But as the councils change, you'll see it on here. We've got something for that as well. That again, hopefully works. In theory, it should work. Yeah. Yeah, disappointed Englishman. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that poll. I don't want to do too many polls, and you know, we're going to have some. In fact, we'll end the. That's 7 minutes. It's not going anywhere else, is it? So Reform win. Surprisingly, Reform win the poll with 84% of the votes. 1.2k of you voted. Thank you very much for getting involved, though. Yeah, good. Were most of you in voting areas, or not this year? Any Welsh people in the chat actually as well? What's the vibe in Wales or Scotland for that matter? I've seen somebody already from Scotland, but what's the what we're saying in Wales? Glasgow, very good. You're in Northern Ireland, yeah. We don't really. I don't cover Northern Ireland because I don't. Honestly, I feel about my depth talking about Wales and Scotland, being an Englishman from the southeast. Northern Ireland is yeah, a bit out of my comfort zone really. But a few people have asked me to cover Northern Ireland, but yeah, I'm not entirely comfortable doing that. Okay, we're not doing Great Yarmouth first on another poll because nobody outside of Great Yarmouth first can vote for Great Yarmouth first, can they? I'll do Restore. I will do Restore. We're going to do it in a bit. I can tell there's a load of people here that are dying to show their support for Restore, which is fair enough. Yeah, go for it, Donna. That's a good idea. Oh, sorry, not Donna. Don Backer. You can do that. Yeah, like I said, I was woefully unprepared for this. I haven't got any moderators. I do see the spammers, but that's fine. You can handle them. You live in Hastings and Cardiff, able to vote in both. Interesting. Watching GB News in this. Very good. Yeah, I need a guess, really, don't I? Are Great Yarmouth first actually going to win? Well, it's very difficult to tell because it really depends on who you believe. I've seen things on both ends of the spectrum. Obviously, the Restore people are saying that yeah, they're going to win. They're all over it, and I've seen things to the contrary. So we won't know. Somebody's asking where is Great Yarmouth on the map? Well, it's over here, but it can't be. There's no actual Great Yarmouth election. It's for the Norfolk County Council, which is on another map actually that I probably should have loaded. But there are results coming in tomorrow, I think. So we'll have a look at that tomorrow. Yeah, so the Great Yarmouth First people are standing for the Norfolk County Council, but in the Great Yarmouth seats. I think there's 9 of them, isn't there? So that's the deal with that. There is also, I think, a town council maybe being elected. I'm not sure. Some of you comment on my videos why I don't always cover the every election that comes out in the by-elections. I do, but I set a floor at the borough councils. So, which is what most of these are, borough and district councils. This is the lowest tier that I do. You then have below them parish councils and town councils. I don't cover them just because there'd be so many to get through, and frankly, they're just a lot trickier to get the information from. Not many people really cover them. So I have no problem with you guys mentioning it in the video comments. But sometimes people say, why didn't you cover this one? It's because it's just, I had to set a floor really. So we keep it to the district borough council level for now. Very good. We got Wales and Scotland maps as well, ready to go for tomorrow. We'll be filling those in. The Scotland one, I have to say, I'm not entirely sure how it works because you've got the constituency vote in Scotland, of course, which is clicking on all these. This will be the constituency votes. But then you've also got the list votes. When you click list with any party, it just gives them 56 seats. And it just sort of replaces it. So I'm not entirely sure how that's supposed to work. If anybody knows how that's supposed to work, I'll be greatly appreciative. But it's not the end of the world. It's the constituencies we'll be interested in for the map anyway, really. And frankly, it's probably going to look mostly SNP, isn't it? Based off of what we've seen. It'll be interesting to see if Reform do manage to get Banffshire and Buchan Coast up in the northeast. They were predicted to win it a few months ago, but not at the moment. They slipped back a bit, so they're not. Says the SNP winning up there at the moment, but it'd be interesting to see. I'm actually really interested to see just what the polling is like this year, how close or otherwise are the opinion polls compared to the reality, because last year Reform I think beat the average by about 5%. I think the average for Reform last year was about 25%, and they got 30. This year the average for them is not that much different. Like I said, 26, 27. So yeah, let's see what they get. The BBC will do a national predicted vote share tomorrow afternoon / evening, once most of the votes are in, which is a statistical measure that essentially they take the votes from all the places that's been elected in this election, then model that through how would it have turned out in a general election in terms of percentage terms. But we on this channel will also collate all of the votes as they come in, and then we will probably not in the live stream because I'll have to put data in after we finish, but we will look at the actual percentage of the vote that each party got in England, Scotland and Wales respectively, which would be an interesting insight to see. That I'm sticking with the theory that Reform are being underpolled. That's my theory. I'm going to stick with it. Let me know what you think on that one. But yeah, I think Reform are being underpolled at the moment. That's my hunch. But I could well be wrong. Right, I know you guys you're eager for this poll about Restore, aren't you? So I will give you what you wish. Not Q&A, no. What do you want it as, a straight Reform versus Restore battle? What's your fancy? Oh, okay? Thank you, Jamie. Cheers. That makes sense. So you change it from click mode to okay, fine. That makes sense. I'll try and remember that. Thank you, mate. Yes, yeah. Right. You want Restore versus Reform. Okay. Based on the chat, I think I know which way this is going as well. But we shall see. This is democracy in action, guys. We're taking part. I can write a question mark. There we go. Right, have at it then. The reason I was I paused though, thinking it wasn't working, is because for some reason my player in the YouTube studio keeps falling behind, and it was showing it was paused on a screen. I thought it all frozen. Right, this one's gonna get the. It's close. 55-45. Hundreds of you voting though. This is getting, yeah, people are passionate about this one. Well, we've had 32,000 views in the first 40 minutes, which is actually really quite incredible. So thank you everybody for tuning in. I appreciate this bit now is a bit random. The next hour and 2 and a bit hours is going to be a bit like that. But thank you for keeping it entertaining. It's catching up on the poll, 53-47. Yeah. Thank you all for tuning in and being here. Like I say, this for next couple of hours is going to be a bit of just having a chat, but I'm quite enjoying it. It's nice to actually talk to you guys in real time rather than replying to comments and stuff. That's a split right poll, says Bav. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Yeah. There are no exit polls. No, there aren't no exit polls for these. 600 people have voted in a minute, so that's quite impressive. Crazy how Reform are winning this. Well, there you go. What's my prediction, Nick? For this election, do you mean? James Moore, yeah, I'm live. We're live right now. We're just waiting for results to come in, but we're going to be here for an hour and 20 minutes. No, 2 hours and 20 minutes, isn't it? Until results actually come in, unless they come in a bit early. But as one of my viewers and subscribers has already said, there are by-elections coming in as well, so we can look at some of those as and when. Guys, when you see the results come in, let me know, because I'm going to be a bit distracted this evening. So yeah, when you see results coming in, do let me know. Look at Bav out here doing the My Job formula. If you're watching, subscribe. Absolutely. Bav's on the money. If you are watching, do subscribe. We do this. This is the first live stream we've done, but we cover local elections, not just during the local elections when there's a big election on. We do it every week. We cover the by-elections that happen across these sorts of councils in England, Scotland and Wales every week. There tends to be at least one. Some weeks there's quite a few, actually. And my theory is, since I started doing this channel, that these elections give you a far better idea when you look at them over time. They give you a far better idea of which way the political winds are blowing, compared to opinion polls. That's my opinion, and that's why I used the average of the by-election results this year to do that prediction video the other day. I remember last year, it turned out that the by-elections were pretty good, accurately forecasting what sort of vote share Reform are going to get, as far as I remember. So it's 52-48. We're ending the poll there. Oh, it's only 3 minutes. Now let it go. We need, if we can end the Reform versus Restore poll on the Brexit vote, then that'll be scenes. Do Restore versus Green. My goodness, we're getting quite niche, I think, if we do Restore versus Green. Don Backer, yeah, you guys are all doing My Job formula. I'm quite bad at self promotion. Smash those likes and feed the algorithm is what Don Backer says. I echo him. I'm terrible at self promotion. Sorry, you guys are gonna have to do it for me, I think. But it's great to see how the chat's going off, and you guys get involved in the poll. That poll's got almost 1,000 votes in 4 minutes, which is pretty cool. And it's almost Brexit still. It's 51-49. Restore coming back into it. 51-49 at the moment. So, while this poll's going on, then let's talk about the right. And I appreciate there's not much to look at on the screen. I apologise for that, but there's not too much I can show you, really. I think in terms of the right or British politics, I've spoken about this a few times. There is going to come a point where one or two, well, two probably actually, of these parties has to die off. Then again, the left is becoming increasingly split as well now with the Greens. Like I say, I see the Lib Dems falling away a bit. I wonder if they. I was wondering if they might be the dark horse to do poorly in this election, and they may well still be, but I don't know. Very difficult to tell the Lib Dems. They just sort of just exist at the moment. I feel I haven't seen anything from the Lib Dems in my area. It's not really Lib Dem sort of area, in all fairness, but even I have a friend who's probably watching the stream. I hope he is. I have a friend who lives close to me in a more rural area, and I said to him when I drove over to see him a couple of years ago during the general election, there was loads of Liberal Democrat signposts in the sort of leafy, villagey areas between where I live, which is a town, and where he lives, which is a small village. And this year there's not. That was a general election, in all fairness, and this is locals, but still, there has been. I haven't seen any Lib Dem signage around where I am, which is interesting. So I think that could still be a theme of the night potentially. But then, what is a bad night for the Lib Dems? Really, I don't think they're going to probably lose anywhere except for Portsmouth, where Reform will overtake them. Maybe some other ones are down on the south coast. Can't remember now, memory not serving. But yeah, what's a bad night for the Lib Dems? I mean, I think if they had been carrying on their momentum from last year in 2024, they could have quite easily taken Merton off of Labour. If they kept on surging, kept on sort of working in through. I suppose I can look at the map kind of while I'm talking about this. So working their way in through South London. So obviously they're all down here. These are going to be easy holds for them. They could have made their way into Merton. And then, if they really could have pushed on, they might have even been the largest party in Wandsworth, and they could have just sort of colonised the whole of southwest London. But I don't. Well, it's certainly not going to happen in Wandsworth, where it's currently Labour. And we said in Merton, which is again currently Labour, my prediction was that Lib Dems will be the largest party, but no overall control. I think a few other people have got that as well. So that may well be the case. But I suppose maybe a bad night for the Lib Dems would be not getting largest party in Merton. But then at the same time, is it going to be that Labour do so badly that the Lib Dems will get that anyway? It's a bit difficult to tell with the Lib Dems, really. Should we do the same with London then? Do you want the London map to turn to be all turned off, and we'll turn it on the blank canvas? I guess that's the logical thing you would want based off the fact you want the other one. I missed a super chat earlier as well, I think, didn't I? One sec. Let's have a look. For some reason, the window's not working, so I'll scroll. Lord Malcolm, the left is better at tactical voting. Yeah, I think that's definitely right. I think that's absolutely correct. Monster raving loony party bias. Yeah. Thought I missed another one. I did. Benito HK. If they tried to kick him out, Keir, I think you mean, any chance Keir says screw you and calls for a GE? Crazy things have happened before. Well, yeah. Possibly that could be one way of kind of the nuclear approach. He's taking everybody down with him, sort of thing. Yeah, it could happen. Like you say, crazy things have happened. Yeah, my box that's supposed to show me the super chats has stopped working, unfortunately. So if I miss one, I apologise. I'll have to keep scrolling up through the chat itself. So Reform are still winning this poll. We've got 1,400 votes on it at the moment, still climbing, but Reform are hanging in there with a 2% lead. So let's talk about Restore then, because obviously we've got a lot of people in the chat who are Restore supporters, but I want everybody to have a take on this and keep it civil. Do you genuinely see Restore Britain winning the general election 2029? And I mean, like, seriously, not just like hype machine. But actually, do you genuinely think that Restore Britain can win the 2029 election and be Rupert Lowe PM? Because I'll be honest, I don't think that's possible. Question from an American: the Lib Dems and Labour, how are they different? Are they both sort of centre-left parties? Yeah, they are. They're certainly similar on a few things. I mean, I think historically, oh yeah, you get it's very well. I mean, I suppose the question was the responses to that question I just asked begged were quite predictable from the poll. The Lib Dems and Labour, yeah, they're quite similar on a number of things. They're certainly centre-left. Labour, I think, has always been, traditionally at least, more left-wing on economics, whereas the Lib Dems have been a bit more, they're not right-wing, but maybe more pragmatic on economics, not socialist. Labour have always been a bit flirty with socialism, particularly in the 20th century. Well, that's when they were founded. Yeah, that's what I would say. But to be honest with you, I've said this before. To an American voter, it's not a silly question because to an American, it's not a silly question because I don't think a lot of English people know what the Liberal Democrats are for either. And this is something that I've spoken about quite a lot because I don't think the Lib Dems talk enough about what they actually want to do. They are very much anti-reform, anti-Brexit, anti-Farage, anti-Trump. which is all well and good, but you've got to have a platform of what you actually want to do. And I don't think enough people really know about that. So it was pretty much split yes and no on Restore winning the election. Yeah, I don't think it's possible, personally. But then, in all fairness, everybody would have said it was impossible for Reform to win the 2029 election in 2024, and they've been the favourites to do that for a number of months now. So that's my opinion. I think Restore has some issues with the people who follow them that would turn them off massively to a lot of people, and I think people in Restore don't seem to want to accept that in order to win an election, you do have to appeal to a broader section of people. You can't just win with your base, which is relatively small, as far as we're aware, anyway. You do have to appeal to a wider. Now, I don't agree with the terminology that you win from the centre. I don't agree with that, because I think that's what the Tories tried, and they just gradually became more and more left from where they were. I don't agree with winning from the centre. I think people actually just want leaders that believe in things. That leaders who actually have a philosophy, have an ideology, and are willing to just go and say, and I'll be honest, that Rupert Lowe is that guy. He does have that, I think. I think Nigel Farage has that. I don't think that Labour have that at all. They are very much, and this has been I think the reason that people are so tuned out of politics is that for too long. I see the role of a politician as this: a politician has a philosophy and an ideology, and then they say, right, this is what I believe, and I'm going to go and convince you that this is the best way of doing things. It's the best for you, best for the country, right? That's what I think a politician should do. They should have a belief system, a moral framework, an ideology, a philosophy, all these things, and then they go out and come what may, that's their belief, and they try and convince people that that's the best. What we've had, I think, for far too long is politicians who are going to see what the focus group wants. And instead of having this ideology that people actually stand on, politicians actually stand on, they're actually just trying to find out what's the trendy thing that we can talk about. And I don't like that. I don't like that at all. It's cheap, and it's kind of vapid. It has no body to it. And I think people can see this a mile off. When politicians talk about things, you can see they don't really know what they're talking about. They don't believe what they're talking about. So I think we just need some leaders who actually believe things. And in all fairness, as much as I personally didn't agree with him, my bias again, say what you want about Jeremy Corbyn, but he did have that. He had his ideology and his philosophy, and he stuck by it through thick and thin, taking pelters from all over the place. And I'm not talking about nasty stuff with anti-Semitism or anything like that, but just his fundamental ideology, philosophy. He had that which he believed in. I disagreed with it, but I could at least say, well, fair play. Actually, you do have, I suppose a foundational principle that you stand on, as much as I might disagree with it. So yeah, there you go. Quite why the SNP is on the London map, I don't know. I've only just noticed them there, and Plaid Cymru as well. I don't know why they're there. Never mind. Cool. Right, what are we doing? Is this poll still going? It is, isn't it? 15 minutes. Right, we're gonna get it can get to 2,000 votes, and then we'll call it a day. It's basically 50-50. Reform or Restore. So look, that's a problem, isn't it? That is a problem, I think, for the British right. If Reform are going to be the largest party, which at the moment they are, Restore having that much of an impact is going to be a problem. It's going to be something that Reform will have to face if that sort of support translates in the real world. And we'll find that out later on this evening, or no, probably tomorrow actually, with Great Yarmouth First. We'll see how well they do. Right, there it is, 2,000 votes. So we'll end that poll. Poll ended 51-49, I think it was in the end. Yeah, 51 Reform, 49 Restore, 2,000 votes. Thanks for taking part, everybody. That was all good fun. What does the pink mean? The pink is on this London map, and I think on the other map as well. It is kind of a mixture. So it's local party / independents, or other if you want. So Havering at the moment is run by independents or havering local residents groups, and Tower Hamlets is run by Aspire, which is a sectarian Muslim outfit branched off from Labour. They were Labour councillors quite a while ago, but they split off and formed this party Aspire, which has run Tower Hamlets for a little while, and they're probably going to increase their majority tomorrow or whenever Tower Hamlets results come in. So that's the pink there on that map. Right, what have we got? We're coming up to 11 o'clock, so still probably a couple of hours to go. Have we had any results come in as far as we know? Oh, we've got a super chat. Goose Springsteen, thank you. Just joined the stream after a run on the night shift. I'm reform leaning with blue Labour industrial policy sympathies. I hope reform won't give up on policies for the post-industrial north. Well, very good. Thank you for that super chat. Yeah, indeed. And this is, I suppose, the challenge that I think reform has, isn't it? That they look like they're going to do very well up here in sort of the northwest today. They did well up this way, not quite well. They did well in Lancashire last year, and then obviously a bit further south and all this in the Midlands. And I think the challenge for reform is, how do you keep together the coalition of people? Because they started out by taking a load of votes from the Tories, which we saw last year across the map, and we're going to see again tonight, probably or tomorrow. Norfolk, Essex, Suffolk, Sussex, Tory voting areas. How do you keep together those people with traditionally, generationally Labour voting people? People who have voted Labour generations back and have never voted anything else, who are now breaking these long-term bonds of alliance to parties. How do you keep those two groups of people together? That is going to be the challenge, I think, for reform. And I think, and as my friend again, who hopefully is watching the stream, said, I think at the moment reform are doing very, very well. But there is an element, I think, of people lending their votes to reform. Now, reform have got a lot of members, which means there are a lot of people who are actively signed up to this idea of smashing the establishment and taking the two parties out. But I think there's also a lot of people, more people, who are fed up, quite angry with Labour and the Tories. And they're saying, and it's probably the same with the Greens to a certain extent outside of that Muslim vote, where they're going to both these parties, particularly reform, and saying, well, you can have my vote this year for my borough council or my county council, and we'll see how you do. And so the pressure is on reform to perform. They've got to keep it real, and they've got to actually deliver, because if they don't, I think a lot of the people that are voting for them now will simply go back to who they voted for before if they don't feel like they're actually getting delivery. So delivery is going to be very, very important for reform where they can on whichever councils they win. Goose Springsteen again, thank you very much, sir. I think if Farage was tactical, he would dump Trump, who is even quite unpopular with reform voters. The Iran energy shock could really hurt in the next 18 months, but I think Farage's ego won't let him. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Kim Thomas as well, a regular viewer and commenter on my videos. Good evening, Kim. Restore Britain policies are based upon national attitude polls on different issues and what the majority want. Well, there you go. We'll see, won't we? We'll see. I think you're right, I think, about Trump. He's not popular in Britain anyway, regardless of what the reform membership think. He's not particularly popular here. And I think for a time, sort of Farage's pull with Trump was a bit of a boon for him. But yeah, certainly in the last year or so and last few months with Iran, I think it is probably more of an anchor round reform and round his neck. I don't know. I don't know how much people care, in all fairness, but I do think you're right. I don't think it's necessarily that much of a positive for him. Another super chat from Baron Lords, I think. I suppose you're working tonight, so take some. That's very kind of you. Greens taking London and Brum off Labour will be hilarious. Regarding reform versus restore, what is the point of voting for more Tory wet liberals like reform? Well, there you go. There you go. Very, very strident view there. And I know this is the. I think this is the thing with reform in the last few months, 12 months maybe, people have seen them maybe drifting away from the more radical elements or more radical rhetoric that they started with. We're an hour into the stream, by the way. We're doing well. And they're concerned that is this just a get in power and then your Tory 2.0? And that is a genuine concern. I get that. I think what they need to do, and in all fairness, they have done this, is keep showing that they're very serious about changing fundamentally the way the British system works, the civil service, basically. They can't, I think, undermine. It's not undermine. They can't. The word's gone out of my head. Whatever the word is, it's gone. They can't take for granted how much work and effort will go into trying to subsume reform into the system, because the system wants to survive, right? And reform's whole vote is based on smashing through the established norms and what have you. So they've got to deliver that. We won't really find out. Okay, so Welsh Reformer says over 50% turnout in Wales, Reform overperformed. Now, Welsh Reformer, he's not called Welsh Reformer on YouTube. I'm not saying his YouTube name because I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube. It'd be such a shame for the stream to get struck down. I will go and say, based off his X handle, the Welsh Reformer is probably even more biased than I am. So not necessarily a totally independent source, but we thank you for the super chat, Welsh Reformer, and they'll be very interested to see. So high turnout in Wales is the word on the street then, with Reform doing quite well. So do Reform beat Plaid in Wales? Let's do that. Let's do a poll. It's time for another poll, I think. Hey, let's do Reform beat Plaid in Wales? I do apologise to my Welsh viewers. You always tell me off for not saying Plaid Cymru. Say Plaid Cymru in Wales. Yes or no? Let's have out that one. Right, guys, thank you all for being here again. I'm really enjoying it, actually. I was quite nervous coming into this. I've never live streamed before, and then I realised we've got to talk for 3 hours before any results come in, and we can actually talk about stuff. But we've had 53,000 views in the first hour, which is very cool. Thank you for you guys for sticking around and just having a chat with me. It's really interesting, and I'm enjoying it. Yeah, so it's going well. I'm enjoying this. It's good fun. What do you think of the rebrand, guys, as well, while you're doing that poll? I did a little rebrand recently. My old logo is actually still in the bottom right hand of the corner. But I did a little rebrand. I don't really know why. It was not planned. It was very spontaneous. It was, to be honest, I asked, because I've been using AI a lot to come up with all the stuff for this, and I just asked him to come up with something for the channel. Actually, I quite liked it, so I went with it. The problem is I can never recreate it because it's entirely AI generated, so I wouldn't have a hope of recreating this. So I'm entirely reliant on AI now. I'm the AI slave. Super chat from Jay Gator. I hope my friend is watching. Buy me a pint. Very, very good. I'll buy you enough pints. Thank you very much. We've also got one from VMOD9SU. Sorry for janky username. That's no problem. Thank you for the super chat. I couldn't bring myself to vote reform and spoil my ballot. Thatcherism is what brought us here in the first place, so why would I lend my vote to that? By the way, first super chat. Oh, that's very kind of you. Thank you for coming and super chatting, and thank you for commenting. Yeah, well, there you go. And this is the thing. Are you an ex-Labour voter? I wonder. This is what I mean about the different types of people. I'd assume that a person who has been a Conservative voter wouldn't be quite so down on Thatcherism, but I could be wrong. But that's the sort of thing I mean. Because I think the bulk of people who are involved with reform on an economic standpoint are probably what you would call Thatcherites, if not, well, yeah, classic liberals, basically, in terms of economics, not social policy. So, yeah, how do you reconcile those people to the old sort of left-wing? I don't necessarily know if the people who are traditional Labour voters are socialists. They're just, it is more of the workers, more of workers versus the employee versus the employer, trade union stuff, I suppose. So it's kind of socialist in that sense. But I don't think a lot of traditional Labour voters are socialist in the real sense of socialism. That's my opinion. I've never been a Labour voter, so I'm kind of talking out of place. But Peractorius with a super chat, which has just disappeared off my screen. Hang on a minute. I'll get you back. There you are. As an American who voted Democrat in 1620 and Republican in 2024, I think the UK-US alliance is done and needs to go. Keir wouldn't even let our planes refuel in the UK. What an ally they are. We should ditch the UK and NATO. Well, there you go. Strident views coming from across the channel. Thank you for watching if you're in America, by the way. I have some American lineage. My grandfather is from Georgia, so there you go. I never met him, sadly, but yeah, he's. I have a bit of American in me, so yeah. Thank you for tuning in from across the pond. Look, it's a point of contention. I'm not going to get into it on this live stream, the war, because it's not what we're here about tonight. But it's been a testing time for the world, and particularly for that alliance. But the king did well, I thought, the other week. The king executed his constitutional role as the dignified head of state pretty marvellously, I thought. What do you think about the king's performance in America? Right, how's this poll doing? So 59% of you think reform will beat Plaid Cymru in Wales as it stands. Be interesting. Be very interesting. I mean, yeah. I mean, Welsh Reform are saying they had a big turnout. Reform had done better. I just think that the base of the nowcast, which again is based on opinion polling, so it could be wrong. It just seemed like Plaid Cymru were in a better place to do well. That there was just Reform needed to take sort of votes from Labour and probably the Tories to get ahead of, but they could do that. You know, that's well within possibility. We've got a super chat from Cowboy Dud, who says, "Hopefully, Plaid Cymru and the SNP win and get independence in future. The English deserve to forge our own path, unimpeded at last. Cheerio, socialists." Very good. Well, there you go. We're getting very strident views on this live stream. It's very, very good. I wouldn't be in favour of that personally. I quite like our United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. I think we're better together, certainly. I think. Or do I go there on the live stream? I don't know if I do. I was going to start talking about devolution. I'm not sure. Not sure now's the time. Maybe I'll crack a whiskey open and maybe we'll go there after that. Another American, Walker Dollarhon, sorry, 3227. American here. The myriad of choices for UK voters is dizzying. The UK has started to resemble Italy. No one party has a majority on their own and rely on awkward coalitions to have legitimacy. And Graham D5268 says, "Thanks for the live stream." Most welcome, Graham. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, look, it is. I mean, it's a world away from America. In the UK, it always has been. In all fairness, well, in the sense that there are other parties that sort of exist and get seats and have a chance. We were, and generally are, a two-party state. In the sense that it's only ever been Labour and the Conservatives close to power, with the exception of the Liberals in the First World War. But yeah, you are right. The choice for the electorate, in the UK is, compared to America, is quite a world away. But yeah, we are splintering. And my view is that you'll have this period of time where we've got a very fractured political spectrum or political parties, all that stuff. But it will eventually, I think, those parties will be forced to merge with each other and form coalitions with each other and form bigger parties, which will then become the new two-party state. I'd be surprised if this current scenario persisted, but who knows? Also from Lachlan Fleming, 1968, thank you for the super chat. Might be a weird question from those people paying attention to minor parties, but do you think the SDP will hold on to their 3 councillors in Middleton Park Leeds Council? Sorry, it's a weird question. It's a very good question. I think they. I don't know enough, to be fair, about the local, but I think they might do, because I think they've been. Have they held there for a little while? I actually can't remember. I remember looking at this when I put the vote data in ages ago. I don't know is the question to that. If there's anybody from Yorkshire or Leeds in particular who may know, they can answer your question. Awesome. Right. That map's been static for a very long time, hasn't it? Sorry, I told you I need two screens really. So what should we talk about? There's so much we could get into really. I mean, the thing is, right, Labour have been saved in this election by the fact that these councils elect by thirds. If these were all whole council elections, Labour would be looking at an apocalyptic event, because I think they'd be wiped out, like entirely. I mean, the reason that they're hanging on in these places up here in Greater Manchester is because they've got big majorities. The same down in Plymouth. Yeah, it's actually, in fact, I think it's the same up in North Tyneside, isn't it? That should be red as well. So yeah, it's if they weren't electing by thirds, this would be such a catastrophe for Labour. It'd be worse than the Tories last year, I think. Unless there's a surprise good turnout for Labour, but I've seen the contrary. Again, not from reliable sources or anything, but I have seen that Labour's vote has not got out at all. Yeah, I mean, it's barring a massive surprise with Labour sort of coming through. I don't see where they would hold on, because there's just no safe seats for Labour anymore, is there? It's all marginals at best for them, and we're talking about. I'd be interested to see in London. Let's go back over to the London map. I remember when I was putting in to our spreadsheets in Barking and Dagenham in 2022, some of these wards Labour were getting like 80% of the vote, and it'd be interesting to see what happens to that vote share in this election. Do they hold on to that seat? I mean, imagine winning a seat with 80% of the vote, and I've got a feeling this wasn't even a two-party shootout either. I think there was 3 or 4 parties, and Labour just ate up all the vote. I mean, imagine losing a ward that you won with 80% of the vote 4 years ago. That'd be incredible. I mean, they could halve their vote share and probably still win, which is what I mean. But yeah, I don't see where their vote's coming from. I really don't. There's like no demographic that thinks they're doing well. I saw one person today actually on X saying that actually Keir Starmer's done a fantastic job, but fair enough. I suppose somebody's got to say it. You won't find many people saying that, I don't think. And I've read that one. Very good. Right, how are we all doing? How's the poll doing, actually? Let's check on that before I start twittering on. So 58% of you say reform. So yeah, quite a few think reform won't be applied, Cymru in Wales, to be fair. I think that's fair. I think I'd probably say no. In terms of vote share, and probably therefore seats, I think Plaid Cymru will probably win. That's my gut feeling in Wales. Explain details for Northants. What to watch? Don't think there is an election in. Do you mean in Northamptonshire, or is it Northants? I don't think there's a council with that name electing, as far as I'm aware. VM, the janky surname's back. VMOD9SU. I'm from Blackburn originally. They moved out. My vote's on avenging my hometown, and reform aren't that. Post Johnson, I'm wary of false promises. Well, there you go. Yeah, that's it. This is it. I think this is the coalition that Boris Johnson failed to hold together in many ways, isn't it? Johnson didn't break in to Greater Manchester like Reform have, so it's a bit different. But when Johnson smashed through the red wall, and I know there was COVID, which was a complicating factor, but Johnson just failed to keep that coalition together. He couldn't please the Tory base and traditionally Labour voting people. So yeah, it's going to be interesting from a reform perspective. Yeah, I see somebody's dropping off for the night. How are you guys feeling? If you're in the UK anyway? I know there's some Americans. You guys can probably stay up for ages, but yeah, how are we feeling in England? How late are we staying up tonight? Are we going out? Starmer's missus voted reform. Do you reckon? You had a 4-hour nap around at 2 p.m. Old Foxy. That's good. That is a good strategy. Sadly, I was putting some last things together for this and looking after my 16-month-old. So no nap for me, I'm afraid. Off to bed now, VM. Thank you for your super chats. It's most appreciated. Do have a good sleep. Hopefully, you'll be able to join us tomorrow. Will the local election show what's going to happen in 3 years? No, I can't say her name. Sorry, but Lamidos. Well, no, it's not. Of course not. Because a lot can happen between now and next year, let alone now and 2029. But it certainly gives you a picture of which way the wind's blowing. Certainly. When Farage was leader of UKIP, and I have to admit my memory isn't great, but they did quite well at council elections like this around the Brexit time. But they never did as well as Reform did last year. There was never swathes of councils falling through to UKIP control. So Reform has already broken the mould of what preceded it. They've already done better than that. And I think... So they're in a new sort of territory. What the local elections show us is, generally speaking, how dissatisfied people are with the government. Now, it is true that governments do worse in these elections because they are the party with their hands on the levers of power, and generally speaking, people get fed up. However, people don't tend to get this fed up after less than 2 years. What we're seeing is really quite remarkable. And I think symbolic of the fact that Labour won the election with a very low share of the vote. They didn't come in to power on a wave of enthusiasm. They came in on apathy, and they came in on people being utterly fed up with the Conservative Party. And at the time, Reform just didn't have enough time. They didn't have a base. So we got Labour. But in all fairness, if Reform had somehow managed to win that election, right, which was never going to happen, but let's say they did. If Reform won that election, they would have been in the same boat. Reform would have only won a very low share of the vote and would probably be facing... I mean, they'd be different because they wouldn't have the Mandelson scandal and all these things. There's been a lot of own goals from Labour. But Reform probably would have had a lot of issues because their candidates last election were basically not vetted. They would have had a lot of issues there, and inexperience. Inexperience. And this is the other thing and I know it's been quite unpopular with a number of people, the Conservatives joining Reform, but they do bring with them some experience in government and running things. And people will say, well, that's a bad thing because they did badly, and that's a fair argument. But yeah. So it doesn't show us what's going to happen in 2 years' time. No, of course it doesn't. But or in 3 years' time. But it certainly gives us a pretty good idea which way the wind's blowing. Another super chat from Derp McGee. Very good name. I like that one. Thanks for the stream. You are quite reasonable for a political channel. Well, I try to be. Thank you. Pulling for y'all from America, I can see. Last time I was in London, I felt very unsafe, and I travelled to some sketchy areas. Cheers from the USA. Well, thank you very much for your super chat. Sorry that you didn't feel very safe in our capital. I will refrain from commenting on that issue. But yeah, it's nice to see so many people from across the pond tuning in. This is our kind of like our midterms, but we have them every year. So yeah, we have one of these elections every year. They vary in size. This is one of the bigger ones because we've got England, these English councils. We've also got Wales and Scotland. Next year there's a load of English councils again. I don't know when Northern Ireland elects, actually. That's a good question. Any Northern Irish in the chat? How's the poll doing? I thought about the poll. That's pretty much stayed as it was. So 17 minutes, 1,400 of you voted again. Thank you. 58% of you think Reform will beat Plaid Cymru in Wales. Another super chat coming in from Viras in Adversis. I didn't do Latin, if that is Latin. It sounds Latin. Come the GE, Reform and Restore need to work together. Reform/Restore is a far better party than the Greens, and anyone who says otherwise is not being real. Well, there you go. Yeah, there's going to have to be, I think, some banging of heads together on the right of British politics, I think. But I certainly think one of Reform or the Tories needs to essentially die. And at the moment, it looks like Reform are the party that's going to come out on top in that battle. I don't see enough room for two Reform and Restore. I think can coexist. Now I know a lot of you guys are disagreeing with me on this, but Northern Ireland's next year. Thank you, Welsh Reformer. I think Restore. I think we'll see. We'll see. I hesitate to go too early on this because we'll see after. If Restore win every seat in Great Yarmouth, then that will be a bit of an eye opener. But I don't think Restore's support is quite as widespread as is being made out. Now, a number of you will disagree with me on that, and that's absolutely fine. I do think they've had some cut through. I've spoken to people and they've sort of brought it up unprompted. However, I don't think their support is as high as the Conservatives is. And that's where the real battle is at the moment, Reform versus the Conservatives, because they're, Reform are at mid to high 20s, Tories are mid to high teens. If you add those together, which I think is, I don't like doing it because it's not true to say that all Tory voters would go and vote for Reform if that were the only option. A number of them would go and vote for the Liberal Democrats or just not vote. But let's just, if you add the Tory vote to the Reform vote, then Reform have a massive majority and they're pushing 40%, if not more. So there's going to have to be one of those two parties that I think ceases to exist, basically. I think a coalition between the two of them would not go very well because they would be looking to scupper each other. Because essentially the coalition between the Tories and Reform would be kicking the can down the road. You still have the problem that two of you are taking up or trying to take up a similar space. What time is the election? Well, the election's happened midnight F1 shy. The election has happened today. People in England, Scotland and Wales have been out voting. The polls close at 10 p.m, which is when we started this stream, so we're going for an hour and a half almost now. We are waiting for the votes are currently being counted. I don't know where you're from, but in the UK we still count them manually, so it's paper ballots counted by people in sports halls and leisure centres up and down the country. We're waiting for the first results to come in. As far as I'm aware, there haven't been any results just yet, but the first ones, as somebody has said, will probably be by-elections that weren't part of the full election. The first full election results we're expecting at around about 1 o'clock from Broxbourne in Hertfordshire and Halton on Merseyside. Another super chat from Goose Springsteen as well. Sorry for the spam. No, you're more than welcome. I always thought Peter Hitchens was very interesting on Thatcher. He would say there's nothing conservative about her because it's about social policy rather than economics. That's interesting. A couple of more super chats. Thank you very much. Crazy Pixel says, I think if Reform do well today, they will only do better next time. All it will take is one good year running councils and they will get more support. Yeah, good point. John Rutger, thank you for the super chat, says, after maybe Tony Blair, would you say Farage has been the most impactful politician since 2000? Much love from across the Bongo Reform. Thank you very much, John. Most impactful politician other than Tony Blair? Yeah, probably. Probably is, isn't he? I mean, I don't think Brexit happens without him. Now, whether you like Brexit or not, it's very impactful. So I don't think Brexit happens without Farage really holding the Tories' feet to the fire on that. And then I think what's happened in the last 5 years, well, the last 2 years in particular, with this upending of the political establishment and potentially coming in a party outside of the mainstream, potentially being in government. Yeah, it probably is. I think it probably is about right. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think again, it's almost a sad state of affairs, isn't it? I mean, we've had probably it must be more, 6 or 7 prime ministers since Blair. I mean, I know we had 3 in about a year, but so you had Brown, Cameron, Theresa May, Boris Johnson, Truss, Sunak. So there's been 7 PMs since Blair, and none of them really have been very impactful. Well, not intentionally anyway. I suppose you could say Liz Truss was impactful, but I don't think she meant to be impactful the way she was. Um, yeah, so it's a bit of a sad state of affairs, really, that it's a guy who has only been in Parliament for less than 2 years, who you would say has been the most impactful politician of the 21st century, maybe with the exception of Tony Blair. Yeah, yeah, it's a good point. Right, any more ideas for a poll? What do you reckon? 67,500 people have tuned in since we started an hour and a half ago. That's pretty good. That's better than most of my videos get. 67k views on a video would be, I'd be impressed with that. But we managed to get up to 67 and a half in an hour and a half. So that's very good. Thank you all for your tuning in. Farage v Low. Well, we've already done Reform versus Restore, haven't we? So I think that's kind of the same thing. Labour versus the Greens for fun. Well, if you were forced to choose between Labour and the Greens, which would you go for? Fish and chips or curry? That's a good one. That is a good one. Oh, who will replace Starmer? Yeah, all right, we'll do that. That's a good shout. Sorry, I missed your name going past there. Light words today comes up with this one. We'll do others. Don't worry. We've got plenty of time. Who will replace Starmer? Of course, assuming. Thought I heard my wife calling me then. Assuming that he is indeed gone. So we can do will Starmer resign poll. Oh, should we do that one first? I think everyone will say yes, but let's do that one first. We'll do the who will replace him in a minute. Who will Starmer resign? Oh, North Hampshire. Right. Okay. We'll talk about that in a minute. That's fine. Thank you for the super chat, Harvest Coaching. Will Starmer resign? Yes or no? Right, we're going to have a look at that. Sorry, North Hampshire. Yeah, cool. We'll have a look at that in a sec. Hoping Hull finally flips away from the left. Yeah, so thank you for the super chat, Irate Pirate. Yeah, well, Hull was on my prediction and on others I've seen is projected to be Liberal Democrat largest party. I think they're going to lose their majority. Yeah. So yeah, get in the poll. Let me know what you think about Starmer resigning. We're going to have a quick look at the North Hampshire area. So Basingstoke and Deane is, in fact, actually quite a lot of Hampshire's already sorted out. But Basingstoke and Deane will stay as no overall control. We've currently got it here as the largest party being the independents, the big independent contingent in Basingstoke and Deane. A lot of local parties. Whether they'll be the largest party afterwards, I honestly can't remember how. There's quite a lot of them, so they probably will be. But I can't remember. That will stay no overall control. We've got the Lib Dems in Winchester will be majority. I suppose that's not really North Hampshire in all fairness, but it depends how far up you go. North Hampshire will be, Winchester will be Liberal Democrat. Rushmore and Hart are both in play. Hart will probably be a Liberal Democrat largest party if they have a very good night, maybe a majority if they're able to get one. Rushmore, of course, currently Labour, so they're going to lose it. I can't remember what my prediction said. I've got a feeling it might be Labour largest party. But I'll tell you what, we can actually go and have a quick look. We could have a quick look at Open Council data. Let's see what Rushmore looks like. I have to turn my VPN off. Hope that doesn't break the stream doing that. Right. Open council data. Come on. There we go. Right. Sorry, that's probably a bit bright in your eyes. It's bright in mine. Blimey. District councils and Rushmore. There it is. Oh no. So it's currently Labour largest party. I beg your pardon. So yeah. Well, they're going to get blasted, aren't they? Let's see how many of them are up. So Labour are only actually defending 2 seats. So worst case, they're going to be down to 14. So actually, they probably will be the largest party, unless the Conservatives gain off them, which Rushmore. Well, let me know what you think. You're from North Hampshire. Let me know, or I assume you are. Let me know what you think. But yeah, Labour are actually defending 2 seats. The Tories here are actually pretty exposed in Rushmore. Is Rushmore a reform sort of place? I don't know. I'm from the southeast, but I don't really know much about the Hampshire area. So let me know about that. I would have thought the Lib Dems maybe, but they're actually not all that strong here. That'd be an interesting one. Yeah. But Labour will probably still be at least tied largest. Well, actually, with the Tories that many up, they probably will be the largest party. I doubt the Tories will hold every seat, eh? But we will see, probably tomorrow. So yeah, other than that, Wokingham as well. Is that Hampshire? I think it is. Wokingham's Liberal Democrat majority. And then Berkshire's Reading, but that one's up for grabs. Labour currently control it. It'll probably be Labour largest party, I think. Goose Springsteen and again with another super chat. Thank you very much. Just a tangent. Tangents. We need tangents because we've still got an hour and a half. Just tangent, but with politics as it is today, I find it remarkable that once people like Enoch Powell and Tony Benn could be openly close friends. Yeah, well, look, I think that's a good point. It's quite sad, really, that we've kind of entered this era of politics where you can't be genial and friendly with people who you just very who you really just disagree with. It's like if you don't agree with me, then we can't be nice to each other, which is a shame, and not really how democracy is supposed to work. But I think a large part of that, and again, maybe this is my bias showing, so sorry to those of you who disagree with me, but I see a large part of that coming from the modern left that like to invoke terms of people with whom they disagree, and they like to invoke terms that make people think that actually not only do I disagree with these people, but they're actually dangerous. Yeah, and I see that coming more from the left. I think in reality we probably interact with people on a daily basis that we don't necessarily know as close friends. We don't know much about their politics and stuff. We get on with each other all right. We never talk about politics, and it's a shame that because you might have some different views about certain things, it becomes a bit nasty. Bolton Till I Die, very good. How was this season? I have to say I didn't follow very well. Is it League One or are you in the Championship? I can't remember. Do apologise, Bolton. Bolton Till I Die says, just curious, what party would you vote for if there was an election this month? Thanks for the stream. Found out about you from a fellow YouTuber. Oh, that's very. I'm glad to have you. Thank you for the super chat. Which party would I vote for? I suppose you mean a general election. So you're making me expose my bias, basically. Well, I feel like most people have a pretty good idea about me, but I would vote for reform if there were a general election. I am a right winger, or certainly to the right of centre, and I was a member of the Conservative Party for a long time. Well, not a long time, I suppose. The first decade or so of my adult life. I was a member of the Tories from quite young, from 18, and I got increasingly fed up with them. And the straw that broke the camel's back for me was over COVID stuff. That was kind of the end for me with the Tories. So I left the Tories, and then, So that's kind of my past. So I am one of most people are, generally speaking, an ex-Tory. Now voting for reform. And again, this is all my personal bias and opinion, but it doesn't affect how we talk about this stuff. I try and keep it objective. Yeah. So I mean that I think the Conservatives had enough chances, and I see saw too many people that with whom I thought we shouldn't be in the same party really. So yeah, that was what I suppose ended it with me. But yeah, there you are. Well, you can say I'm just biased, but I admitted that I am biased. But this is the thing. I am biased, but I can still have an objective view on elections, which is fun, which is what we're doing here. What do I think about Bradford? Bradford is going to be an interesting one indeed. Let's go and have a look at Bradford. So up here, currently Labour, of course. We'll just colour it in. Currently Labour. It's a full council election, and I think this will be one of the worst ones for Labour. I think it's either going to be the Greens or Independents and Reform will both be taking seats off Labour left, right, and centre. And I think in my prediction, I had Labour down to 4 seats in Bradford. Maybe they're going to be down to a rump anyway. Certainly won't be red. It'll be interesting to see what the composition is. Like I say, I think Muslim Independents will do very well in Bradford. I think Reform will do well in Bradford. Be interesting to see the parts of the city where those two do well. But yeah, Labour are going to get it's going to be a bad one. And this is what I mean when I said earlier that Labour are so lucky that most of these councils are electing by thirds because if it was all full council elections, I think there'd be more stories like this, like Bradford, and Gateshead was the other one, wasn't it? Down to 2, Sunderland down to just a handful of councillors as well. So Bradford will be a big Labour wipeout, and we'll see who comes out on top in terms of independence or Reform, I suppose. Harvest coaching. So Hart will be tight. Tories, Reform, Lib Dem. Okay, interesting. I believe Hart is currently the largest party is the Lib Dems. I think we're going back to open council data, so prepare your retinas. District councils. Oh my. District councils. Let's go and have a look at Hart. Okay, so currently Lib Dems and others, looks like locals, community campaign, Hart, are the joint largest party. Tories not far behind on 9, so it's a very split council actually. Yeah, who's being elected this year? Mostly Lib Dem. No, mostly. Well, it's even actually. 3 of each. No, 3 Tories, 3 locals, and 2 Lib Dems. So it's pretty equal. Yeah. It's pretty equal. So do you think that Reform will do well at the expense of the Tories? What's this this independent group? Are they likely to be ones that could lose out to Reform? It tends to depend, doesn't it? The independents can sometimes be quite Reform adjacent. We've also got a super chat from Derp McGee again. Thank you. How hard will it be to make civil servants accountable? From an outsider's perspective, this feels like one of the larger issues for both our countries. Yeah, well, the poll's still going, isn't it? What have we had? 11 minutes. No, 60% of you say Starmer won't resign. There you go. We'll end that poll there. Interesting. So people are not convinced that even a hammering here at these elections will force Starmer out. I think you could be right, to be honest with you. Yeah, make civil servants accountable. Well, in the UK, it should be that power is supposed to be in the hands of the ministers. And I think we've had what's called the quangocracy in the UK for quite a while. quangos, quasi-autonomous non-governmental organisations, which are arm's length bodies that are not governmental, as per the name. And I think too much authority, power has been given to those bodies, really, in various things, whether it's land use and planning or healthcare, education, all these various regulatory bodies. That's part of it. That's power that needs to be brought back into the hands of ministers, elected ministers, because the way our system works, the way our British Constitution works, it kind of falls apart when elected ministers are almost just like the face rather than the actual people with the power in their hands. And I think, yeah, the civil service seems like it has become more of a place of policy generation and then leading into almost legislation as well, rather than implementation and execution. But I'm speaking as an outsider on that. It might be an unfair thing to say. But yeah, I don't think it's about making civil servants accountable. I think it's about having ministers who are accountable, having the power in their hands again, the way it should be. Very good. How long are we? We're hour and 40 in, and we're still waiting for a result. Let me have a quick scan. Make sure I haven't missed any by-election results. No, doesn't appear to. No, not even a by-election come in yet. So we are still waiting. Oh, actually one has come in. But I haven't got much information on it at the moment. Oh, it's a town council. The Conservatives have held in Kirkham South. Reform came quite. I haven't got percentages. Conservatives got 241 votes. Reform got 204. So there you go. That's a town council result that has come in. Bolton till I die again. Thank you very much. Love to hear a fellow Reform streamer, and we'll try and stay awake all night. Hopefully, get promoted. But glass half empty Bolton fan. We're in the playoffs. Oh well, all the best. Yeah, playoffs. It's a ride, isn't it? The playoffs. Yeah, all the best. Hope that goes well. I had a trip to Wembley a few years ago with my team, got in the playoffs as well, and we won. Yeah, I think I probably shouldn't have gone too much into detail about my own past and my own voting habits, because it will colour people's opinion of me, and I probably shouldn't have said that, because people will see this now as a Reform fan channel, which it isn't, honestly. I have no interest in that. That doesn't serve the purpose. I'm just trying to. I find politics interesting outside of the party aspect, outside of my own bias that I've admitted to. I just find our system very interesting. I love our country. I love our constitution. I love the way it all works. And these days with the internet and all this stuff, we get to sort of interact with it, and that's what this channel is all about. So if you are not of a Reform persuasion, I don't want you to be put off by what I said. I will do my best on this channel to be fair, and if, in all fairness, if I'm not, the channel will fail, because I can't just appeal to one base. I don't think so, and I would have failed in my own eyes if that's the case. To be honest, the grand ambition of this channel, since it actually took off in the way that it did, thanks to you guys, I would love for this channel to get big enough that it actually has an impact on getting people to go out and vote, because I think one of the biggest sadnesses of modern politics is how low the turnouts are. Now, we were already talking today, maybe the turnouts are a bit higher in this election, obviously all down to this channel, of course. No, but I would love to get more people interested in just, watching these videos that we do, becoming a bit more in touch with politics. I try and make it interesting. That's why I've come up with the graphs and charts that I came up with recently. I want to have a distinct look that is, I don't know, accessible, interesting. I don't know. Yeah, that it's a very grand ambition. It's a very grand ambition, but I would love it if this channel could have some sort of impact on getting people to go out and vote and take part, because at the end of the day, when we have turnouts in general elections slipping down towards 50%, you kind of say, well, what's the point? You know, when you've almost got as many people not even voting as they are voting in total, then the whole kind of thing sort of falls in on itself. The irate pirate, I'm going to keep saying a name like that. The irate pirate got his apathetic girlfriend to go out and vote this evening. Very good. Good on you. Super chat from Peractorius, thank you very much. You say non-elected bureaucrats run the nation. In the US, we had the same problem. Our Supreme Court lost its mind and 6-3 and 6-3 because it sides with the one executive theory. The court said no to unelected bureaucrats. Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah. Can't say I'm too much of an expert on the American constitutional affairs, but yes, it is, I think, an issue. Unelected people with a bit, like I say, I mean, I don't know how many of you guys have watched or listened to anything Dominic Cummings has said in the last year or so, but he did a few interviews, I can't remember, probably 6 months ago, maybe more. Probably more, actually. Yeah, maybe a year ago, where he was basically saying that ministers in government don't know what they're doing. Now, you can take him at his word. You can say you may not believe him, but I happen to believe him. And that, essentially everything is being run behind the scenes by people who aren't elected. And that's partly ministers' faults because they're not, they're not the statesmen of yesteryear. These are not... they are not the statesmen of the past who really knew government. They are... sorry, Dean Whittle said, I know like 10 people who didn't vote just because they can't be bothered. Can't be bothered. Yeah, this is the problem. People need to go out and vote. I'm not really in favour of making it a legal requirement because I think that kind of defeats the point. If you're coercing people to go and vote, then it's not really democratic. Like, not voting is a perfectly valid option. I just think it's a bad option, personally. So the politicians of today in government, cabinet ministers are not the statesmen of the past. And they are very reliant on, briefings and notes being given to them. And I don't know necessarily how we get that back because we changed over the 20th century. We changed from, if you look at Parliament just after the Second World War, it was full up of essentially a political class that was just mostly cut from a different cloth over the rest of the country. And so these days people say, well, that's vastly and outrageously unrepresentative of the nation. But what the flip side of that is that those people really knew how to run a country, because it was in their genetic memory almost. Their families have been doing this for centuries in some cases. This is the issue with the House of Lords. The hereditary peers now have been abolished, but these people come from families and lineages who have been running the country for centuries in some cases, yeah. And so they know about running a country. They know about governance. And and sadly, I think these days too many ministers don't really know what they're talking about. So we need some statesmen back. It's not all on the civil servants. The civil servants are actually, I think what has happened is the civil servants had to fill this role because they started getting people in government and ministerial positions who weren't statesmen, and now it's become this thing where the civil service thinks that's its job, which it shouldn't be. Cool. Well, coming up to an hour to go until the first expected results from the main election, and we've had 77,000 views, which is brilliant. Thank you all for getting involved. Thank you for the chat. It's been really, really good. All of you participating and getting involved. The polls have been good. It's been good fun. How are you finding the first election watch live stream? I appreciate it's a bit of a barren spell here, waiting for the first results to come through. just so you know, you guys know, my PC is running very, very slowly. Oh, you fucker. Can you guys still hear me at all? I can still see the chat coming through. My YouTube web page has just totally crashed on me. Okay, you can still hear me. All right. I'm not sure what's going on with YouTube. It was really getting slow. Teething errors, teething issues, maybe. All right, that's fine. Well, as long as it's still working, that's the main thing. Well, I missed a couple of super chats, I think. Kelvin Chan says most polls said Reform will win a seat in Watford general election, but you mentioned the Liberal Democrats will win local election. Is Reform any chance to win seats in Watford? I'm not sure actually. That's a good question. I know Watford is currently a Liberal Democrat majority, and they will have a majority at the end of this election because it's impossible for them to lose a majority. Whether Reform can break through there, I don't know. We'll see. But this is the thing in terms of the nowcast general election predictions and then the local elections, it all tends to be a little bit different. How is Southwark? Going green, probably. Light speed tractor. Right, well, YouTube is having a moment, it's fair to say, but it all seems to be working as normal, so we will crack on. If I miss any chats or stuff, I can still see it on my streaming thing, but it's a bit more difficult to use. Good stuff. You're in Milton Keynes hoping that Reform will do well here, Phil. Yeah, I think they probably will. My prediction had them winning a majority. I think others. Oh, well, Welsh Reform was back in with a super chat. Thank you, mate. Surge in turnout in most regions in Wales. By-election results in Rogerstone North and Powys expected tonight should give an insight into results. Well, yes, that's true. So you get an early indication. Yeah. I know about Powys. Where's Rogerstone North? Because Powys is right here, isn't it? That's Powys there. Or is it North Rogerstone in Powys? I don't know. Sorry. No, the Stoic, you're right. Wells aren't counted till the morning, but there's a couple of by-elections that have happened in local councils there that allegedly should be coming overnight. We've got 15,000 subscribers. Super chat from Wiggle. Thank you. I didn't even notice that. 15,000 subscribers. That's absolutely fantastic. Thank you all new subscribers who have joined in this stream. Yeah, this is the issue. See, I don't know where to look for subscribers. I didn't even found that, and now my YouTube page is having a turn. So, no, it's brilliant. Great to have you all on board. It's great to see the channel thriving. Yeah, I'm working on something as well at the moment that I thought was going to take a bit of a while, but actually it might come along a bit quicker. Quite excited by it. I can't share anything just yet, but suffice to say it's a map that we can use in our videos. And yeah, hopefully, potentially, in the future, it'll be one that I can put on a website and you guys can use it, if that sounds like fun. Right. Let me just play around with YouTube, and I'm going to see if I can get the YouTube page back. I don't want to close the window because I think that might kill the whole thing. Now I have no idea what it's doing. Oh, there we go. Seems to have come back. Okay. Good. Right, we seem to be back in the game. Yeah, the whole YouTube window just went really, really slow. I don't know if it's my computer dying on me, but everything else seems to be working all right, so it's okay. Technical issues. By the way, I've turned my cursor on for this video because somebody did ask in the comment of the last video that I did, would you mind turning it on, particularly for that map, because it's quite difficult to see where the cursor is if you're not up on your English geography. Is it all right on, or is it a bit distracting? Oh, is it memory? Yeah, I thought it might be a memory thing. Thanks, Lightspeed Tractor. Who is expected to win Bromley? English media. Thanks, mate. We'll have a quick look at that. Let me know about the cursor. If it's a bit, because I keep looking at the video and just see my cursor floating around the screen, because I'm not actually looking at that map at the moment. I'm looking at your chats, and my mouse is just sort of floating around. So if it's a bit distracting, I can turn it off. I don't know if it lets me turn it off once I'm actually on live, but yeah, let me know. Right, Bromley is going to be a bit of a close one, I think, between the Tories and not Scotland, but London. We need to change this map as well, don't we? But so there's Bromley down the south here. So it's currently Conservative controlled. And this is really going to be one of these that's a bit indicative of how good a night Reform have, or how bad a night the Tories have, I think. So I think it's quite like, it seems most like the Reform get Havering up there in basically Essex, really. People are kind of split, but there's a lot of people saying that Reform will probably get Bexley. And then on the other hand, you've got Bromley. Now, Bromley seems to be most people saying that Reform will be the largest party. But if Reform outperform the polls and outperform expectations, then possibly they win Bromley as well. If Reform underperform or the Conservatives overperform, then maybe it's Conservatives' largest party. I don't know if it'll be Conservatives holding on there. I don't know what their majority is like. Obviously, all seats up for election in all the London boroughs. So the Tories currently have a majority of one, by the looks of it, one or two. So probably unlikely the Tories hold on to a majority. But yeah, if they overperform in the polls, then maybe they cling on to be the largest party. But I think most people are going with Reform largest. I think even in my poll that I did the other day, it was Reform largest party. That's probably the most likely outcome. So this will be one of those again. Will Reform and the Tories work together to get something working? Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. Super chat from Glenn Dunton 6685. Thank you, Glenn. Off the back of what Kelvin said, I think certain areas of Watford, such as the Meriden, will turn Reform. All right, cool. Thank you for that. Thanks indeed. That's the sort of knowledge that I love on this channel. It's great because, to be honest with you, like I said at the beginning, for anybody who's just turned up, I am just a man with a microphone and an internet connection. That is my only expertise. So I don't have any deep insight really, and I rely on you guys. I'd like this to be a community, really, of people, and the comments are so good on my videos because I learn a lot about various parts of the country. Like with Sefton the other day, for example, there's me on the video saying, "Oh, I'm surprised to see Reform largest party." And loads of you commented as saying, "No, that's quite believable. Green's not a thing in Sefton." See, that's just me looking at a map as a southerner and saying, "Oh, that's up near Liverpool. That's probably going to be left wing, isn't it?" But not the case. So yeah, of course, Southport in this area as well that one of you mentioned after the horrific thing that happened in 2024. So yeah, Reform may well be the largest party in Sefton, and again, maybe if they outperform, I can't remember what the prediction for their actual number of seats was, Reform, but maybe if they overperform, maybe they get the full council, because I think it's a whole council election. In fact, it must be. For Reform to be a largest party, it has to be a whole council election. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Thank you for all the super chats that have come in. That's very, very kind and generous of you all to contribute not only to the discussion but to the channel. Yeah, really, really appreciative of that. And to all of you guys in the chat, it's been good seeing it all going off down there. I'm trying to keep up with it as much as I can. Like I say, I'm a bit hampered by only having one screen, which is less than ideal. But there we go. Don Backer, it will be interesting to see how many parties break 12% in Wales. High turnout might help reform if the chatter is true. Yeah, true. Very true. Yeah, it will be interesting to see how many break 12% because obviously with the D'Hondt system, you need to get a certain amount. I can't remember. Well, it depends on which. It depends really on how much the first place party gets, but you need a certain percentage of the vote to get a seat, even though it is proportional. So obviously most of the constituencies are probably going reform implied. And then some others you'll have one or two going to other parties. But I think again, I've said it for a few weeks. I don't think the mainstream people are fully prepared for the calamity that's coming Labour's way. I mean, a lot of people have been talking about the Labour Party having a bad result, obviously, but I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be a calamity, and I think Wales maybe will be indicative of it. I mean, there was also somewhere I saw earlier someone saying that they may be even doing a lot worse in Scotland than has been made to seem possible. So yeah, just across the country for Labour, really. Like I say, in England they're getting saved by the fact that the most of the council elections are not full. They're thirds, but in London they're going to get obliterated where it's full councils, and then those other ones, Barnsley, Wakefield, Calderdale, Bradford, Gateshead, South Tyneside, Sunderland, that's the places they're going to get battered, and that's where it's full council elections. Mark Hayes, thank you, mate. I'm doing my best here, trying to keep the chat going as we've got an hour to go. 57 minutes, we're in the last hour. We are getting there, slowly but surely. If you do see any results come in for by-elections, do let me know in the chat, and we'll go and have a look. So this is interesting, actually. Something's just come up from Stats for Lefties on X. Let me just go and have a quick look over here. Something we can talk about, because this has kind of surprised me, actually. This one. So, voting intention amongst Muslims. So, Labour down 9 points to 33%. Greens up 8 points to 27%. Independents down 3 points to 18%. That's an interesting little thing there. See, I would have thought that Labour were doing worse than that. What do you guys think? I would have thought Labour's vote share with the Muslim population had dropped more than that, based on the Gorton result. So I wonder how accurate that is. I mean, it's still a pretty disastrous result for Labour, but my intuition, my gut would say that was probably worse than that in reality. Tommy, did I get your super chat? It may have come up when my whole thing was freezing out, mate. Sorry, let me have a look. Oh, Tomo, 11:49. Here you are. Sorry, this is your first time ever voting and won't be the last either. Why did we get 3 votes? Still confused about that. Depends where you were. I don't know where you were voting, Tomo, but great to hear that you voted for the first time, and it won't be the last. Voting makes me really excited. I know it's a bit sad, but it does. This is taking part in Harvest Coaching says Hart will be worth keeping watch of. Okay, we'll do that. It's electing by thirds, so it's limited in what can happen, but that'll be okay. Cool. We'll keep an eye on that. I'm not sure what time Hart's declaring. Let me have a quick look. Hart, it's 2 a.m. Okay, interesting. Well, maybe if we're still here, if we're still awake. Voting makes me really excited. It's taking part. It's the one thing you can do, and look, you have a very small impact, just you, but it's the feeling of being part of something for me. Even when you feel like you're not being listened to, it's just important to take part, in my opinion. Yeah, well done, Tomo. Well done. And it depends where you voted in terms of if you've got 3 votes. If you're in London, for example, where you've got a whole council election, you may have 3 councillors in your ward, so you have to vote. You get 3 votes. That's most likely what the thing was. The other thing potentially is you live in a place where there was a borough council and a county council election, where you may have had 1 councillor for one of those wards, and then for the other council there was 2 councillors up for election, maybe something like that. But that'd be why. Oh, you're in Sunderland? Yes, because it's a whole council election, Tomo. So if you go and have a look at Sunderland on Open Council data, prepare your retinas again, please, everybody, because they're about to get burned out by this white screen. Open Council data. It's what's Sunderland? Metropolitan Borough, I think. Yeah, Sunderland. There you are. So if you look at these, you see you've got Barnes Ward, and there's got 3 councillors. So Sunderland was electing. They normally elect by thirds, but because there was rewarding, which means they've changed the boundaries of some of the wards, maybe I don't know. Yeah, they do funny things. But because they did the rewarding, it meant that all of the councillors needed to be re-elected. So Barnes has 3, Castle, Copt Hill, Doxford, they all have 3 basically. So that's why you would have had 3 votes. You got 3 councillors to elect. We can go look at the northeast. Actually, we haven't really spoken about there yet. So North Tyneside can't change because Labour have got a big enough majority and it's electing by thirds. Newcastle was the interesting one, wasn't it? From the video the other day, Liberal Democrats' largest party is what my prediction said. That would be an interesting one to keep an eye on. And then Gateshead, South Tyneside and Sunderland basically all going to reform is really quite extraordinary. I mean, Tomo would tell you, I'm sure, being from Sunderland, this is, very much Labour heartland territory. Now, they've been on shaky ground here in the last 10 years. I remember Hartlepool had a by-election, didn't they, when Boris Johnson was the leader of the Tories in 2021 at the height of his powers, and the Tories won a by-election in Hartlepool, which was unheard of. So there's been a bit of falling out with love up in this part of the world with Labour for a little while, I think, but this is going to be quite extraordinary. And as I said on that video the other day, Bridget Phillipson, Education Secretary, is the MP for Halton and Sunderland South. So very much in her patch, and it's looking like Labour, based off the prediction I did, could be reduced to just a handful of councillors, the single digits. So yeah, really, really one of those quite extraordinary results. The Welsh Reformers back in. If you're not the Welsh Reformer, by the way, I do apologise, but you have the same profile picture as the Welsh Reformer on X, so that's what I'm going with. Reports in Britain elects Basildon. Oh, very good. Reports in, sorry. Britain elects Basildon, Reform likely to win most or all of the seats up. Tameside, which is where Denton is, yeah. Labour to lose most or all of their seats up. Very good. Thank you for keeping us posted, Welsh Reformer. You're doing a good job. You can't go to bed before me because we won't have any news. So I've got Jerome Franklin posting a result there as well for Brentwood. Is that a by-election maybe? Let's go and have a look. I'll have an X notification if it is. Oh yeah, here we go. Hutton South, Brentwood council elections. So Reform 40.7%, and Brentwood is electing tonight. So this is a by-election. I think it is. So here's what Welsh Reform is talking about. Basildon Reform like to win most or all the seats up. Tameside, Labour to lose most or all of their seats, which is exactly what Welsh Reform had just said. Party activist in Blackburn texts, I'm welling up at my account, reform after reform after reform. Wow, so Reform looking like they've done well. early signs are reform have done very, very well. That's in the northwest and that's in the southeast, well, the east of England. So early positive signs for reform, but we won't go too early. Hutton South, Brentwood. Let's see, was this a by-election? We can have a look on here. Brentwood West was a by-election. So no, that seems like that is actually a declaration then. Interesting. Let me have a quick look. Let's just click on that. You can look at that for a minute. Right, guys. So that looks like that's the first result coming in. Happy with that? Happy with the early news or not? Let me know in the chat, and I will quickly have a look and see if that is a full declaration. It seems like it might be. Taunton, Somerset, might be a town council going on there, but no full election based on this. Storms 1980. Somerset not electing. The only southwest elections today are Cheltenham, Plymouth, and Exeter. But there might be a by-election in Somerset. What was I doing? Trying to find this result. Right, so I want that one, and then that's Harlow. So Brentwood caught me out and declared early when I was expecting it to be other people. Don't know if it'll be on there yet. Just having a look on Wikipedia. No, not on Wikipedia yet. Here we go. Council website. Election results. Yes, so that is a full council declaration. So we've got one. Brentwood is the first one of the evening. Brentwood have beaten. What was their schedule then? Brentwood was supposed to be declaring at 3 a.m. My goodness. So they're on the clock. Very good. Right. Okay. Bear with me. We will get some things going on here then. So Brentwood. I wonder if any of my helpers are about. Otherwise, I can do it. That's fine. Yes, somebody's already done it. Thank you very much, whoever that is, on the buzzer, putting that result in. So, just having a look at our spreadsheet here. So that was that one, and then so I can put that in there. Very good. Oh, sorry, sorry, Jason, if you're watching, mate. I didn't mean to gazump you. I just saw it was empty, so I thought I'd put it in. Right, so we have the first election result of the evening. And who wants to see a chart then? I should have had this pre-prepared, really, shouldn't I? That's what I should have done. Bear with me one moment. I've got to do some really in-depth technical stuff now, you see, because I am just this whiz kid. Right, that's there. And then we want to go to... sorry, bear with me, guys. I wasn't expecting a result this early, so I was not prepared. Stand by. Sorry if I'm just missing the chat for a minute because I'm not looking. We want this one. And it was, let me have a quick look. Hutton South, Brentwood. Sorry, don't mind me just muttering to myself. We're going to have a look at the chart because we'll get the chart up. I've just got to type in a load of data quickly and then we can have the chart. So I was not expecting an early result like this for the full thing. So probably should have had it ready anyway, but nonetheless. Bear with, guys. Right. Here we go then. Let's put this one on. Here. And then you should be able to see it. I'll just turn my graphic off here. So this is the first result of the evening. There's probably about 7 more coming in time it took me to type all that out. We won't do this for every ward, obviously. It's only because it's the first one, so get rid of that. So I haven't got a turnout figure at the moment, which I haven't spotted it. Hang on, it might be in there actually. 1 second. No turnout given at the moment, so we'll ignore the turnout. Most of these probably won't have a turnout for the wards immediately. So here we go. Here's the results. So Reform, 41% of the vote, ahead of Labour on 32% of the vote. I feel like that might be wrong. Hang on a second. I think I might have done a transposition error here. Yeah, that's me writing it in wrong. Because I do it that way around, don't I? That's why. This is Hollywood, baby. Right, apologies for that. We are back in the game. Here we go. Sorry, it's very unprofessional, I know. Right, Hunt South is still... Hang on, it'll load up in a minute. There we go. Right, so Reform get 41% of the vote. Tories got 32% of the vote in this ward in Brentwood. So down in Essex, this is Tory... Well, former... It should be Tory Heartland territory. And then nobody else really all that close. Labour down on 6.8. We'll have a look at their vote share change in a minute. I know a few of you have said about how the charts you want them to look and stuff. I will implement some of those changes. I haven't had the time to do that in these videos in between the last video and this. I've been doing too much stuff, so there will be changes to it. We'll go to the vote share change then. So yeah, Tories down 17 points, which is not good. Labour, look though, down 23 points. I mean, this is not necessarily Labour friendly territory, but again, that this, remember I said average 20-25% vote share, and that's in wards that they're defending, I was expecting. So yeah, not looking good. Greens here didn't really do anything, but Reform 41% of the vote from a standing start. So a very, very good result for Reform to start the night in Brentwood in Tory Heartland territory. Would suggest, obviously it's only one result, but it would suggest if that's replicated across the country that they've done well hammering a nail into the Tories' coffin. So yeah, there you go. First result of the night. What do you guys think? What do you think? Sorry that it took so long to get that. It took so long to get that information up on the screen for you. Just a fair warning, it is going to be a bit like that. All right, guys, because we've sorry, I have to put in. Because I've got people helping me. We're manually inputting data, so there is going to be some delay to stuff happening. Hopefully in a minute that graphic down the bottom will say, oh, there you go, we've got Reform. In fact, it says 2 now, so unless, have I missed one? We've got a Chorley result come in. Thank you to Welsh Reform, and Reform have beaten Labour in Chorley. Close, but they have won. Let's go and see if we can find that result, if it's on X or something. Let's go and have a quick look here. So results starting to come in again. Chorley wasn't one I was expecting to come in this morning, but that's fine. So we've had a Hertfordshire one as well. Here the Tories have held on. That's a by-election. That is a by-election. Little Haddam and the Pelhams, East Hertfordshire is a by-election. So the Tories have held on in that by-election there. Pretty strong showing from Reform nonetheless. Tories down 15 points. Let's see if... Here we go. So Chorley East, Reform 39, just under 40% of the votes, and Labour on down 36 points. Blimey. I mean, Chorley is... Of course, it's the constituency of the Speaker, Lindsay Hoyle. This is a huge result, and look, this is what I was talking about in terms of these massive vote. That's 70% that Labour got here before, near enough. Well, actually, no, yeah, it is 70%. 70% of the vote Labour got, and now they've lost it to Reform. Huge vote share decline, 36 points. Now I'm starting to think maybe my 25-point average decline for Labour in their seats they're defending is too low. Okay, so big results for Reform are coming out swinging here early on. Thank you, Welsh Reformer. I see that. So yeah, these are big results, guys. These are. I mean, I know it's what we were expecting, but that is really quite earth-shattering. The Chorley one in particular. That is Labour, deep Labour heartland, right? I'm not making that up, am I? That is. Chorley is just, it's Labour. I mean, Chorley is one of those that Labour can't lose because they've got such a big majority, which just goes to show the kind of thing we're talking about here. So, what are you guys making of these early results then? So we got our first results coming about 12:15 in the end. I was expecting it to be 1 a.m. and none of the councils I was expecting have declared. So this list I've been looking at seems to be useless as a chocolate teapot, I'm afraid. The BBC has not reported these yet. Well, there you go. There you go. You get the hot off the press here at Election Watch. Now you may notice that the banner down the bottom has gone back to Reform 0 again. That will happen, unfortunately. It sort of updates itself and gets a bit confused. I can try and force it back into an update, actually. I was hoping it wasn't going to do this once things actually came in, but on my screen it is coming up as 2 now for Reform. So hopefully it is working as intended, but I can't make any promises on that, I'm afraid. So yeah, I've got Reform 2, Labour none. So maybe it may be that the net changes aren't working properly, which would be a shame because we will just have zeros, unfortunately. But there you go. I've had to make this all myself with the assistance of AI. So yeah, unfortunately there are going to be some things that don't quite work. But there you go. First couple of wins for Reform in the night. They've got 2 councillors, and that's 2 gains. So +2 for Reform, regardless of what my thing might say. Labour down 1, Tories down 1 as well. So there you go. We're off to a flyer, or a 4-mar anyway. Jerome's posted another one. Park Ward for Town Council. Okay, it's going to be a Conservative win there. Quite a strong win actually, by the looks of it. Ansdell and Fairhaven Town Council. You'll have to tell me where that is. I have no idea where that is in terms of the country. Good. Well, we're getting some results in now, so that has made things much more exciting. Reform off to a very, very good start. Just chatting to my band of merry helpers on the spreadsheet quickly. my very, very wonderful, helpful volunteers. Can we get... What can we get in the chat for the volunteers? Clap emoji. Clap emoji seems a bit lame. Dirt McGee with the super chat as well. Thank you very much. If we cared about production value, we'd be listening to the losers in the mainstream media. We want to hear from an average Joe. Well, thank you very much, Dirt McGee. Yeah, that's it exactly. I've tried to make this look nice for us. But yeah, there's going to be some. Yeah, clearly the net thing isn't working properly as intended. Sadly, never mind. I will be making a complaint to Elon that Grok has let me down. Thanks for your coverage, says TP3173. Sounds like a Star Wars droid. Big up Reform. Well, thank you very much for your super chat. That's very, very generous super chat, actually. Thank you very much. That's most kind of you. Right, let's see as the results are coming in. Let's start scanning X a bit more. Let's have a look. What have we got here? Thank you, R. Shearer. Loving the live stream. So Mendip Hill, Somerset. This might be the one that somebody was talking about. This will be a by-election. Liberal Democrats here down 3 points, so pretty much the same. Reform beat the Tories to second place. So it certainly seems like the Tories are not in for a very good night. Like I said, it's been a bit of a on the fence one with the Tories about how it was going to go. Obviously early days, and this one's a by-election as well. It's not a full council election, but not good. This is the second one we've seen them now down almost 20 points and Reform beating them. So yeah, it would seem that Reform have done it to the Tories again. 2 years on the bounce. But I know everyone's probably interested to see about the what happens to Labour tonight, really. Excuse me. So we've seen that one. James Heal is reporting that multiple Reform sources suggesting John Gill has failed to win in the Perry ward of Lewisham. I'm not sure if I know who John Gill is or why that's important. I wouldn't necessarily expect Reform to do too well in Lewisham, but maybe you guys can colour that in for me a little bit. I don't think we've missed any other ones. There's the average predictions, look, for what people are saying is going to happen in this election. So you can feast your eyes on that. So most people are saying Reform up 1,600, which seems reasonable. If things go as well as they've been going so far for them, I think that's definitely achievable. Labour down 1,700 should be, you would think, unsurvivable for Starmer. And actually, Tories down 745 is not very good either for Kemi. So Alison Pearson has said Reform takes all 14 seats in Basildon. I'm assuming that's based on the rumour that Reform have done well in Basildon, because I don't think there's actually been a declaration yet. But it would seem, if that's coming out, that Reform are very confident that they've won every seat in Basildon. And this is a knife straight through the heart of Tory heartlands in the east of England. Thank you. I'm going to go with Kian. I'm sorry if that's not how you pronounce your name, mate, but it's a very kind Twitter post. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? We get, and do you know what? The best thing about this is that you guys get the you can interact as well. You have your say. That's the best part about it. You can't get that in the mainstream, can you? I know how many times you can sit there watching the mainstream and be tearing your hair out, but you get to have a say here. So yeah, a few of you posting the Mendip Hills result in Somerset. Got another one here from Jerome. Portland Underhill, Portland Town Council, Dorset, another town council. So the Greens have done well here. Looks like 36.7% Reform, 2% behind. So yeah, maybe it's going to be one of those nights, Reform versus the Greens. That seems to be the new norm, doesn't it? Well, I need to have a sip of whiskey because my vocal cords, due to the hour, and I've been talking for 2.5 hours now. Very good. That's the tonic. Very low turnout in Portland. Yeah, that's to be suggested, actually, based on the vote numbers that were posted there. 265 votes was 37% of the vote. That is pretty low, yeah. The town council election, though. Is this a pro-reform channel, Adrian of Gold says? Well, I was talking about that a bit earlier. I think I probably went into too much detail about my own political leanings. No, I'm going to say it's not a pro-reform channel. In as much as I am, this is supposed to be about elections. So a lot of my followers, my subscribers do tend to be of that persuasion. Generally speaking, I seem to appeal to them. I think probably because in the time since I started this channel, Reform have been the dominant force in British politics. They've won most of the elections. And so people are interested in seeing their team do well, aren't they? So I've had more appeal to reformers. But this is not a pro-reform channel. It's not a propaganda channel. It's not a fan channel. We're just covering elections. That's it, you know. And at the moment, the state of British politics is so extraordinarily interesting, and I think this is era defining. And I think if the results keep coming in like we've seen so far, we are in a new era of British politics. Well, at least we're in the birth pains of one. Like I said earlier, I still think there's a lot of people lending their votes to parties that are not the main two, and waiting to see, you know, are you worthy of keeping my vote? But I think we are entering a new era. The Pirate says this is a pro-democracy channel. Yeah, it is. It is, yeah. It is. My main ambition on this channel, as I said, is if we were to get large enough and, I suppose, influential enough that we can get more people interested in politics and voting. That's the main thing for me. Yeah, that'd be really cool. I'd really appreciate that. You're waiting on Great Yarmouth Lady Pip. You may be waiting a long time. Norfolk County Council is due to announce or declare. Hang on, let me just scroll through this list. In fact, I'm going to do Control F. Norfolk is 5:30 p.m. So they're not counting tonight. I hope that doesn't lose me a viewer, but I don't think you're going to get Norfolk tonight. Probably going to be tomorrow afternoon on the stream. We'll be streaming again tomorrow, don't forget, everybody. 10 a.m. is the planned start time. I'm still not sure when we're going to go to sleep, because I've got a feeling these results are going to be so seismic that I'm not going to want to go to bed, but I'm going to have to at some point. Okay. So we've had a few results come in, and now it's gone a little bit quiet again, which is fine. Yeah, thank you, Kanku. Mendip Hills, we've had a look at that. That's a by-election for Somerset. And the Liberal Democrats won there, but the Tories were down quite heavily, down just under 20 points to Reform. Not good early signs for the Tories, but very good early signs for Reform. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed a super chat from King Shah. What do these elections mean? Can you explain? Well, what are these elections? Well, these elections are for district and borough councillors. That's what is on the screen there. They're borough councils and district councils across England. There are these small local authorities, and there's some county councils as well. Wales and Scotland are also electing for their national parliaments that exist side by side with Westminster. What do they mean? Well, essentially what they mean is you're electing councillors to your local authority to look after things like your local roads, potholes is a big one, local planning stuff, bin collections, things like that. What it really means, if we're being honest, people vote in these elections based on how they would vote in a general election as well. So it gives us a very good idea at any point in time with an official election who is doing well in terms of the parties. So last year, Reform did very well, the Conservatives did very poorly, and the Liberal Democrats did very well. It's not a perfect proxy. People do vote still for local issues, but generally speaking, it tends to be a pretty good indicator of who's going to do well at a national level. So that's what these elections mean, really. We're getting a good idea of when we see things like Labour down 35 points in places like Chorley, then we say, wow, there is a big shift happening. John Ruck, thank you for the super chat. Favorite Bond movie, favorite Bond actor. I'm afraid to say, I'm not really into Bond. Pierce Brosnan was Bond when I was a boy. I thought he was all right. Wasn't a big fan of Daniel Craig, to be honest with you. So yeah, I have to say the pre like my era Bond stuff I'm not at all up with, I'm afraid. So I'm sorry to disappoint. Thank you for the super chat, but I don't really have one. What's yours? Let me know yours. Do not go to bed. Well, I'll do my best. I have to be up at 7 to look after my daughter before my mum comes around, and then we've got the stream all day. So I'm gonna have to get a bit. Goldfinger was a good one. Yeah, that rings a bell. Runcorn, somebody saying. Runcorn, is that St Helens Council? Somebody was saying, look at St Helens now. Oh yeah, Sean Connery's a good shout. Yeah, actually, yeah, Sean Connery's a very good shout for the Bond. Somebody was just saying about check Runcorn, GB News Runcorn reform. I'm just having flashbacks to last year. I'm not sure what you mean about Runcorn. Is it because of the council? Okay, I'll have a look. Let's have a quick look for Runcorn. Unfortunately, I'm trying to use my phone to just scroll through X, so I don't have to keep scrolling on your screens, but it's playing up. Well, this is all good fun, isn't it? Are you guys enjoying this? 'Cause I'm actually really enjoying this. Do you know what? I was a bit nervous earlier today. I was a bit nervous when it suddenly dawned on me that I was going to have to we'd have like 2 hours of nothing. But I'm actually really enjoying this, so thank you for making it very enjoyable, everybody. How are we doing? I haven't looked at the analytics for a little while. What are we looking at? 95,000 people almost have tuned in to watch our stream this evening in the first 2.5 hours. That's greatly appreciated support, guys. Thank you very much. We are doing very well. This is, and I'm glad that people have said that we managed to beat the BBC to some stuff as well. We like giving the BBC a bloody nose. What was I going to do? Runcorn, that's what it was. But my phone's it's not playing ball. Right, I'm just searching my phone quickly because I don't want to. So, oh, it's Halton. Halton, right? Thank you. Sorry, I didn't know where. You're enjoying this, TP. Thank you very much for the super chat. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm enjoying it as well. So Runcorn's in Halton. I do apologise. That's my northwest geography not doing too well. So Reform, it seems, have won all 6 seats in Runcorn. So is that all the seats? There can't be all the seats available, surely. Let's have a look if we got some. So this is Halton Borough Council. Oh, you can't see it, but I'm looking at Halton Borough Council's elections page. So there's a parish council election, which has got results in it, which I can't see. The local elections, it's telling me at the moment there's still no results officially. So, okay, I'm not sure what this 6 seats for Reform is. I don't know if that's the parish or... Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on there. We'll find out shortly. We will find out shortly. Do keep the chats coming in because I'm really reliant on you guys to keep your eyes on things because you've alerted me to a couple of things already. Hector Marbufa, thank you for the super chat, says greetings from Spain, When are the results from Scotland and Wales expected to come in, please and thank you? Scotland and Wales be tomorrow. Counting starts at about 9:30, I think. First results expected around midday, I think, or late morning. So we'll be live. We'll be live from 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, UK time. 11 o'clock for you in Spain, of course, in the morning. Thank you for tuning. We've got an international audience. That's good as well. Do you know what? Good. Let's get an international audience interested in British local elections. Here we go. I've got a Halton result on my phone, so let's go back over to Twitter because that's a very, very big result. This is actually quite extraordinary. So this one. Here we go. Ditton, Hale Village and Hale Bank Halton council election. So Reform, look at that drop for Labour. Labour down 51 points to 29.3% of the vote, and Reform have gobbled that all up and gone to 53% of the vote. Actually, no, I've been a bit unfair. The Tories also are down 15 points, so that probably has gone to Reform. And then the Greens have taken 12 points off Labour, but nowhere near. So... guys, I think the opinion polls might be way off. I think the opinion polls might be really, really off. And if they are, I'm taking that to the bank because, as you will know, those of you who've been watching my videos, this is what I said. I had a feeling Reform were being underpolled. And I think that's what we're seeing. I mean, it's early days to go and say that, but generally speaking with these elections, you get a pretty good idea early on. Light words today. Thank you very much for the super chat. If you ever set up a GoFundMe to update your computer and or monitor, let us know. We can support you. That's very, very kind. Sean, thank you. That's very, very kind of you to offer that. My PC was really good a few years ago. I spent a bit of money on it during COVID, actually, because I had nothing else to do. So I got kind of the latest gear, but it's amazing how quickly they sort of date, isn't it? It's still a good bit of kit, but... yeah, it is probably a bit dated these days. But memory's so expensive, right? RAM is just off the charts. Looks like another Halton one is coming in. Gonna have a quick look at my spreadsheet and see what... yeah, my volunteers, there's not as many of them online this evening, but there is 4 of them there. Hopefully they're on the channel, on the... oh, Jerome has been in the chat. I've seen him. So yeah, thank you guys. Shout out to Jason, Mike, Jerome and Alexander, who are all on the spreadsheet currently putting in some results for me. Really, 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 really grateful for their help, as I'm sure you guys are as well. So we've got the Chorley result in there. We've got the couple of Halton ones as well. So yeah, big moves going on here. We've also got one, so we looked at the Ditton one. We've also got Halton Castle, which I did see somebody just put in the chat. So suffice it for me to say, in Halton Castle, Reform got 39.9% of the vote to Labour's 34.2%, which translates as a where is it? Trying to find the change in vote shares. I'm not sure where the change in vote shares are actually on my sheet. I thought I had them in there, but perhaps I didn't. We've got another one coming in from Halton Lee. I can see Jason is typing in the results as we go. Labour got 492 votes. Reform got 695 votes. He's typing as I speak, doing a marvellous job. So yeah, 59 votes for the Conservatives, so this will be a Reform win as well. I assume these are probably the 6 that you guys were talking about. See if it's on Halton Council website now. These are results for wards, maybe. Halton Castle. Yeah, weirdly, the Borough Council website actually isn't showing the results. I thought they had them up there, but Jason's found them, which is good. It would appear the BBC are coming up with the goods. So big result for results for Labour. Sorry for the for Labour in the wrong way. In the northwest, Holson Lee Reform 45%, Labour down 43. So in Halton they're basically down by 50 points. 50 points in one ward, and down 43 here in Halton Lee. Wow. Okay. Yeah. We well, this is how many people we've got watching now, because I think you're actually watching history being made. We have got there's just over 2,500 people watching at the moment. We've had 97,000 people come through. I mean, I know it's late, but see if you can get people on, because we're watching something historic happening here. This is a wholesale desertion of a party of 100 years. Not just in swing areas, marginal areas, but in deep heartland territory areas. This is, again, I've said it on a few of. I'm trying to get my voice down because I think my daughter was stirring upstairs. But I've said a few times, these results aren't necessarily surprising. Like, I think we were expecting something like this, but it still shocks you. It still really, really shocks you to see it actually happen. And so far, the talk about reform having peaked seems wrong. And the idea of reform being in the mid-20% seems wrong as well. But we'll see. But I think if they're pushing 50% in places like Halton, it seems to me like they'll be doing better than the mid-20s. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Fjord Boyd, thank you for the super chat, says turquoise wave. Well, yes, it seems so, doesn't it? Very much so. Really? Mad Cat says we've got 2.7 viewers and Sky News has 4.6, so it's 1,000. So there you go. We're doing well. Let's beat Sky. We can do it. So the graphic down the bottom seems to be working in terms of the number of councillors. Unfortunately, the net plus or minus doesn't seem to be working. I'm not sure why. I don't want to play around with it now because I don't want to break anything. I'll try and get it working before 10 o'clock tomorrow if I can. Cool. So Halton, very much going to reform. Right. I saw another one pop up on my Twitter, I think. So let me go and have a quick look. 46% turnout in Brentwood, says the Welsh Reformer. So it seems to be that the turnout has been quite impressive. Hutton South, we've looked at that one. Runcorn, turnout up by 400 votes in each of the wards to declare thus far tonight. All reform gains from Labour. So here's an interesting thing then. We've spoken about this before briefly. Turnout up, reform doing incredibly well. This is sort of arse about face about how you would normally, sorry to use a very unprofessional turn of phrase, but it's true. This is not often how things work out with major parties. Normally, the main parties benefit from a higher turnout because it means their voters have come out. On lower turnouts, it means the main parties' voters have stayed at home, and so the smaller parties come through. But it would seem that higher turnout, it would seem that the rumours that turnout's been quite good in England is true, and it's benefited reform massively because they have absolutely trounced Labour in Halton. Here's another one we haven't looked at, I think. Norton South and Preston Brook Halton Council elections. So reform are up 41 points to 41.6, and Labour again are down 38.3. So I've massively undersold, haven't I? Am I down by 25 points? I should have been more bold. They're going to be down by a lot more than that. I don't think this is survivable for Starmer. So that seems like a good point to do our other poll that we were going to do. Apologies if the person who asked for this poll ages ago has gone, but I don't think Starmer can survive this. So let's go with who replaces Starmer on the poll. Surely he can't hold on after this. I'm going to go for Miliband. We'll go for Rayner. Streeting or Burnham. Burnham obviously has the hardest job because he's not in Parliament. Let me know in the poll. Get in the poll. Who's going to replace Starmer? I can't see him hanging on. If they're down, I mean, 40 odd points. I mean, they're down 50 points, weren't they? One of them. It seems impossible. So who is going to replace Starmer? The runners and riders. Me personally, I think it'll be Miliband. Does this look like a reform over performance? I think it does at the moment. Yeah, I think so. Because even when you look at our by-elections that we do, it's actually quite rare, really, that we see parties getting 40%. Any party really, but Reform in particular tend to win high 30s. But they have so far, I think, won everything with over 40% of the vote. So yes, it does look like a Reform over performance. Is it possible to get an early general election? Well, it is possible, Tomo. It's not impossible. It's probably unlikely. I mean, the thing is, when you get a new prime minister, there's no obligation on the new prime minister to call a general election. However, you invariably have the issue that you don't have your own mandate personally, because your government is there because the previous guy ran on an election and won, or ran on a manifesto and won the election. Sorry, so you don't have a personal mandate to do what you want to do. So generally speaking, it probably is. You think Al Khan's replaces Starmer? Well, that's an out there suggestion. Rider of the White Horse. Al Cairns, is he the Scottish secretary? Is that right? I can't remember. I know that's Douglas Alexander, isn't it? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, so I think really it works in the Prime Minister's favour to hold an election because it gives you your own mandate. But are you going to do that when it looks like you're going to get absolutely hammered? That's the thing, isn't it? So the poll at the moment, 400 votes in 2 minutes. Thank you very much for getting involved. Get your votes on the poll. 31% for Rayner, 26% for Burnham, and 25% for Miliband. So it's very close. Streeting's in last. I agree. I don't think Streeting's got much of a chance. I don't think he's liked enough by the party. I think it's between Rayner or Miliband. I mean, if you're Andy Burnham and you're looking at these results like this coming in from Halton, are you really going to want to go and stand anywhere right now? I mean, are you going to get in as Andy Burnham? I don't know. I'm not sure you are. I'm really not sure you are. I mean, we'll wait and see what the Greens do, of course. Oh, it looks like the net thing is working now. The net change is working. Well, there you go. We've got nothing. The BBC got nothing on us. We're early and we've got graphics. Let's go. I think we've got another Chorley result come in. Brentwood North, so thank you, Welsh Reformer. Brentwood North, Brentwood Council, Lib Dems down 12 points to 45%. Reform improve to 30% of the vote. Tories down 10 points to 11. So Reform, Lib Dems hold on with a reduced vote share. Reform again, pretty impressive result for them. Second place in this case. Yeah, guys, do go over to X. If you use X, feel free to do what the Welsh Reform is doing. Tag me in results so I can see them come up. That would be really, really helpful, actually. Yeah, it's at elect_watch UK over on X. Do go and join in. So we've seen that one. Chorley Northwest. I don't think we've seen this one. So Labour hold on in Chorley Northwest. So here is a far better result for Labour, down 17 points, so that's nothing compared to what we've seen. Reform here only up 28, which is still very good, but nowhere near winning. So Labour here with a clear margin of victory on Reform in Chorley Northwest. So they have managed to hold one in Chorley. We got another one? Not yet. Okay, so a good result for Labour there. Chorley Northwest. Well, I say good. I mean, they got 40% of the vote, so actually that's not bad for them, based on the way it's gone so far. Let me have a look on our spreadsheets here. Our boys are getting on. There was another Reform win in Halton as well that we didn't talk about. So Reform beating Labour again. Look closer this time on the percentages. Then it's Reform 43% of the votes, and Labour just under 39% of the votes. So I mean, yeah, tighter, but still a decent. Oh, there's a changes right next to it. So here in this one, Labour were down 50 points again. So Labour down to 39% of the vote, down 50 points. Oh, we did look at. No, we didn't. That was the first one. Yeah, 50 points. That's the second one. They've been over 50 points down. Reform up 42, and the Greens up 12. Yeah. Wow. Really, 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 really is era-defining stuff, I think. We'll see. We'll see, won't we? We will find out sooner or later. Thank you, Kianya. Apologies again if I'm saying your name wrong, Kianya. That's Brentwood North, the Lib Dem result. Thank you very much. And I can't remember which one I clicked. Was that one? Of course it was. Another one from Halton then. Appleton, Reform up 42 points to 42% of the vote. Labour down again 47.6 points to 37% of the vote. Labour being wiped out here. This is what I mean. If this had been a full council election, can you imagine? There would be no Labour left. And interested to see in all of these as well. I mean, it's not Conservative voting area of the country, but all of these, I think, the Conservatives have been down 10 points here. Yeah, I think Reform might have done what they needed to do tonight. Oh, not that one. I think Reform have maybe done what they needed to do. But I don't want to go too early. I don't want to go too early because I'll have egg on my face. Thanks for the follows over on X as well. I'm clicking the notification button. I'm already on it. I'm getting tired already. Can't be doing that. It's not even 1 o'clock yet. We've seen that one. We've seen that one. That was that first result an hour ago. I think we've seen all of these ones. These are all quite old now. So here's an interesting one from James Hill at Welsh Reformer. You might have already seen it, but James Hill is saying of The Spectator, a Welsh Portillo moment. Maybe Ed Morgan, the sitting First Minister of Wales, Labour, may be losing her seat, which would be indicative of Labour having a terrible result in Wales, which I have thought might happen. Again, I said it. I think I said it on my Wales video. I wouldn't be surprised if they do really, really, really poorly. So, how many results from Halton do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I think we've got half of them at the moment. So we're close to having our first full council result, I think, by the looks of it. Looks like Halton will be the first. Chorley, a few more from Chorley still to come in. Brentwood seems to have just announced one result. I don't know. Did they just they announced that one? They've packed up for the night, maybe. Cool. Right, back to I haven't looked at the chat for a little while. Let's see what you guys are saying. Let's have a look. Mr. Cockney nutjob. So the Greens are now pro non-stun meat. What's next? Stoning child. Okay, yeah. Well, yeah. Thanks for the super chat, Mr. Cockney. Adam Moore, 1985 says, I don't fully understand, but why hasn't all areas been allowed to vote? Nothing in Liverpool. Who decided who can and who can't? They're just on different schedules. That's all. I don't know what the situation is in Liverpool, but as you can see on the, if I go back to the map of England, here. You can see that most of England isn't electing. So they're just on different schedules. Next year, there'll be a load more councils that aren't electing this year that will be electing next year. So they elect by thirds. So they have an election once every year for 3 years, and then they have 1 year off. And each councillor has a 4-year term, basically. So it will just be that in Liverpool, it will be 27, 28, 29, and then you won't vote again in 2030. Where I am, it's... I think, actually. I think here we were not last year, so we 26, 27, 28, and then nothing in 29. So that's all it is, yeah. I think it's just for administrative purposes, basically. It's just much easier. It's much more manageable, not having everybody voting on the same day across the country. I think that's all there is to it. Goose Springsteen, thank you very much for another super chat. Tangent again, but are you surprised Commonwealth voting for non-British UK residents has persisted in the UK for so long? Hope reform can end it. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that, to be honest with you. For non-British UK residents, yeah. Am I surprised? I mean, probably not, to be honest with you. I mean, so I'm just looking at a result, if there's a result coming in. Yeah, I mean, sorry, I'm just very distracted looking at... It's all coming in thick and fast. We do have another result. Let's go and look at this one, because we have the first Green victory of the night. Sorry, Goose Springsteen. I'm just going to go over to this quickly. Thank you again, Welsh Reformer, for tagging me there. So, Chorley South West. Here, the Greens. So, yeah, so this is a Green gain from Labour, and Labour finished in 3rd place. So it's getting worse for Labour. They're down 32 points here, which isn't as bad as they've had elsewhere. They've taken down to less than 20% of the vote, and the Greens here win with just a 7-point increase. So a small gain for the Greens. This was obviously quite close last time between the Greens and Labour. And Reform have come in at 35.5% of the vote. Big increase for them, but not quite enough to win. They come second to the Greens here. So Chorley has now elected a Reform, Green, and a Labour. So it's all go over there. Chorley is going in multiple directions. Anyone from the sort of Manchester area or Greater Manchester area, Chorley? What are your thoughts on these results, if you are? So in that one, we looked at that, didn't we? We looked at the vote changes. Yeah, that's fine. So Labour actually held 2 as well. We haven't looked at, I think it was Chorley South East and Heath Charnock. They've held there 2. I beg your pardon, not that one. That's the wrong one. Which one did we look at? I think we looked at Chorley North West. So Chorley North East, they've also held. Here, Labour got 51% of the vote, which was down 20 points. So again, they got 70% of the vote before. Still over half the vote. So this is what I mean. This is a deep heartland area for Labour. Excuse me. Reform in second, they got 27, just under 27% of the vote. And they were the only ones close. So a comfortable hold for Labour there. But they're in the trenches here. All right. If they're only holding places where they had a massive margin of victory like that before, Labour are very much in the trenches here in Chorley. In the country. Yeah, well, quite, Shearer, just looking at this on X for a minute. I mean, I don't want to get too party political with it, but I was very... I was very vocal about my opposition to the elections being cancelled, and frankly, this is the reason, isn't it? If we're being very honest, I think we all know that that's the reason. So a very, very slim hold for Labour in Halton as well. Highfield, they've held on by 0.4 points ahead of Reform, but Reform are doing very well. And again, 41 points for Reform, 41%, sorry, for Reform. Another one here, Central and West Bank. I think this is a new one. 2 minutes ago, Reform, 51% of the vote for Reform in Halton. Again, Labour down 44 points. Greens up 5 to 16. Yeah, this is seismic stuff. Actually, it definitely is. It's going to be really interesting to see what the vote share across the whole council was. Once we have all the data from Halton, we can have a look at that. No, this one. In fact, I can tell you now what we've got. So in Halton at the moment, based on my spreadsheet, Labour have won 35% of the vote and Reform have won 44.7% of the vote. The Greens on 14%. That compares with, well, actually, I can tell you straight. So that is, so far, that's down 33 points for Labour, up 43.8 for Reform, and up 7.7 for the Greens. So, yeah, we're seeing just a huge vote share, a swing from Reform to Labour. Maybe I should have kept the swingometer. It would have been way off the scale if we were still using it. I might actually just get this ready now. Halton. Just doing a bit of spreadsheet stuff, guys. Bear with me. I'll be back with you in a sec. Just want to put in some of these numbers so we're ready, because I think Halton looks like it might be the first council to declare. So fully, I mean. Oh. Sorry, guys. I know this is a bit a bit tin pot. I've done the wrong one there. That's not the one I wanted, is it? And I've done the wrong bloody numbers, so hang on a second. Just getting it ready so that when we get the full result, we can just go and have a quick look at this. If I can press the right buttons. I am getting tired, I think, because I'm pressing all the wrong buttons here. Right, copy that. Paste that. There we go. Who's got work tomorrow then? That's what I want to know. Who has got work tomorrow? Not me. That's for sure. Unless you call this work, but I think that's probably a bit of a stretch. Because this is fun. I'm enjoying this. Yeah, so in 20, whenever this was last elected in Chorley, I assume 24 probably, Reform got 1% of the vote. So goes to show how things change. Right, that's ready for use in a bit. What have we got going on? Check X quickly. Welsh Reform are tagging me in more things. Westmart, we've got North East Lincolnshire coming in now as well. North East Lincolnshire Reform again, 49.7% of the votes. I haven't got the vote share changes here. Looks like they've beaten Labour though, 22.4. We're interested to see what they were on last time. Freaky Chick, thank you. Mersey and Western, Halton again, Reform up 37%. 37.6% of the vote. Labour down 30%, or 30 points, sorry, to 27%. So again, same sort of thing. Halton is definitely backing Reform. This is crazy stuff, Richard. Indeed, I'm glad you're enjoying the stream, mate. Really, really great, all the interactions I'm getting from you guys. Mersey and West, we've just seen. Thank you very much. A Lincoln City fan there by the looks of it. Is it? I don't want to offend you. Surely it is. Oh, I don't know, actually. I thought it was a Lincoln City imp. If it is, congratulations on your promotion and your 101-point season. Very impressive. Good. Right. So we've got a few results coming in now. Not that one. I was looking for... Oh, here we go. Okay, that one's not working for some reason. That's fine. Let's refresh this. There we go. Yeah, so here we go. James Heal again. Lee Anderson, he's quoting, saying that there's a straight swap, 35 to 42% of the vote Labour in the north to reform, and that seems pretty accurate actually. That seems pretty much on point with what we've seen so far. Dan Hodges is correct as well. Reform are basically wiping out Labour in the north. It's not a defeat. It's not even a rout. Labour is simply ceasing to exist. This is it, exactly. Like I said, if this had been full council, they would be gone. There would be no... So Reform are clearly very bullish. Reform have said to Kate Ferguson, I think she's Sky. Oh no, the Sun, sorry, I beg your pardon. Red Wall is crumbling and turning to Reform tonight. Yep, absolutely. Seems that way. Seems that way. Here we go. North, Peterborough. So Peterborough results, again, Labour down 40% in Peterborough. The Conservatives here actually increasing 7 points to win. 35% of the vote, though, so a lower vote share than what we've seen Reform doing up in the north. Reform here only to 18%, and the Greens just behind Reform on 15%. So we got some results flowing in now. We've got another one from Halson. So this is a Liberal Democrat hold, so probably what we expected, really. I mean, it would seem like no Labour here. Reform have come in and got 39% of the votes. I'm not sure. So Lib Dems down 3, Greens are up 13. LBT, anybody know what LBT is? But Lib Dem hold in Halton as well. And another Peterborough one, Reform this time, winning, gaining from the Conservatives, down 14 points, Reform up 33. They beat them by 3%, and again, a lower vote share here. So not quite the same explosive results that we're seeing up in the northwest, in the east of England here, but enough for Reform to win in this case. Seems like things might be a bit tighter, maybe, in Peterborough itself. We'll see how that sort of compares to the rest of the east of England. We've got results flooding in here. Uncle Politic, Hampton Vale, Peterborough. I think that's the one was the one we just saw. No, I don't think it is. No, so here the Lib Dems have increased by 4 points again, 31%. So Peterborough's close. Peterborough is much more split. Lib Dems here won on 31.5% of the vote. It's very low. So yeah, that's interesting. Reform again, the big increases, but it's 26%. Greens up 10. Here the Tories are down 20 points to finish in 4th place. Conservatives and Labour in last and second last place. Isn't that a picture that paints 1,000 words these days? Labour and the Tories both down in the bottom two. Paston and Walton, Peterborough again. This time Conservatives gained from the Liberal Democrats. It's all going on in Peterborough. Your party stood here. They got 3% of the vote. There you go. We've seen a Your Party come out. Reform here got 25% of the vote, up 18 points. So a bit more of a... This is actually a pretty good win for the Conservatives. Lib Dems here down pretty badly, actually, 18 points. So mixed results for the Conservatives so far. We'll wait and see what happens to them. You're right. Yeah, you're quite right, Cole. It is. It's just Labour losses across the board. Right. Let me come back to the chat for a minute. I might have to start putting some data in because the boys, if they're still about on my spreadsheet, will be working overtime here. So we've still got 4 of them in there. The 4 I mentioned earlier who are doing a marvellous job. Deeply grateful to them. Let me come to the chat here. Oh, the poll's been going for 20 minutes. Of course it has. Let's end the poll. Completely forgot about that because we've had so many results coming in. Who won in the end? Doesn't want to tell me. Oh, there we go. You guys backed Burnham in the end. Burnham 32%. Interesting. I still think it'll be Miliband, but there you go. Let's see. Oh, I got Snake. That's fine. I haven't missed any super chats. Good. Cool. So yeah, look, guys, you can see the graphic down the bottom is a bit glitchy. It sort of updates itself and then goes a bit wrong. Or is it? Hang on, no, it might not be because my thing's not live. No, it looks like it's all right. I beg your pardon. My video stream on my own thing keeps falling behind. So no, it looks right. So Reform leading the way, quite clearly at the moment. Labour not having a particularly good night. So the Conservatives should have a couple showing up soon as well. Becky Twigg has posted another Halton Council result here. Looks like Labour have held one in the Farnworth ward. 36.5% of the vote, down 28. And Reform, this is one, I mean, or is it? No, maybe this is an even closer one. Reform 0.1 points behind. So really, really close for Reform, but no joy there. Right, we don't be looking at this, do we? So how close are we to... The Welsh Reformer is needs a medal for this. So here we go. This is the one that Becky Twigg just posted. So Reform 0.1 points behind Labour. So Labour here survive in Farnworth ward, Halton, by the skin of their teeth. But down 28 points. Reform up 36. So Reform certainly have won the day in Halton without a shadow of a doubt. Farnworth, that's the same one. Thank you very much. I think it was you, wasn't it? Bertie Nichols. Thank you. Thank you for support, guys. Over on X, do go and follow along on X elect_watch UK. Feel free to tag me in results as they come up. So let's go to our map here and see if I just quickly go across to my spreadsheet. How are we doing in Halton? Yeah, we're certainly getting there. Looks like we've got just two more to come in for Halton. So we've almost got the first full council declaration. Birchfield ward and Daresbury Moor and Sandymore. Seems like they're the last two to come in. They may well have been declared. We're just waiting for it to be put in the spreadsheet by Jason, who's doing a remarkable job this evening. Thank you very much, Jason. So Reform have run away with it in Halton. So far, yeah. In fact, Jason is now putting in the result for Birchfield. It looks like I'll let you know in a mo. In the meantime, I'm going to check my council summary, and I can tell you that it was I may have missed actually on the map that Halton was actually one of the councils that Labour couldn't lose because they had so many councils to start with. So we'll have to make Halton dark red. But they've had a battering. They have had a battering in Halton. Reform so far have won. Let me have a look for you. They've won all but 2 of the seats so far, and Jason looks like he's working on the last one now, maybe. But yeah, this has been a demolition derby for Reform in Halton. Let me fill you in on some of the other results that we haven't spoken about yet, I don't think. Birchfield, I don't think we've spoken about. So it looks like Birchfield perhaps is one where Reform have managed to win by 0.1 points as well. So there's a few close ones, if I'm reading that right. But it's all suddenly kicked off since about 12:15. It's all got very, very busy. We have got we've breached 100,000 viewers for the night, which is absolutely incredible. We've had 108,000 people tune in to watch, which is very humbling for me, I have to say. Thank you all for the support this evening / this morning. 2,700 of you currently watching, which is really good as well. Yeah, thanks all for being here with us this evening, as I think we are watching something that really is very, very seismic. It is seismic. It's era defining. Yeah, I mean, we're early days obviously here, but what we've seen in Halton already happen, and that's a council that, like I said, it seems as though Labour can't lose, but nonetheless, when they be counting the lucky stars, it wasn't a full council election, you know. So yeah, my voice is going slightly, but that's okay. I've got plenty of lubricant for the vocal cords. Yeah, Halton was one that Labour couldn't lose, so I should have had that filled in earlier. Been waiting to do my first control change, and it was bloody already decided. Never mind. A very, very good night for reform in Halton anyway. Wondering actually if I missed any more, because I was doing that from memory when I put that in. So let's go and have a look here. Because there should be, when we get our first proper light words today, Sean, I think that is, isn't it, with a super chat, subscribe. Yeah, I've forgotten to self-promote again, haven't I? Yeah, please do subscribe if you haven't already. This is the first live stream we've ever done, but we do a lot of this. Well, we focus on local elections, generally speaking anyway. By-elections every week is the heart and soul of the channel. So yeah, please do come and subscribe to the channel, get involved in the chat. It's all about community here, and you guys telling me your takes on things. It's not just about me. Like I've said, my only qualification is having a microphone and an internet connection. That's literally all it is. So yeah, do get involved, guys. Thank you all for the support. It's been really, really fun to do this actually with you, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow when we'll have even more going on, and even more of my army of helpers in the spreadsheet as well. To you guys who are doing the spreadsheet, by the way, just big shout out to you, big thank you from me. Can we get just W's in the chat for the helpers in the spreadsheet this evening? But shout out to the guys, but also I just want to say, I've said it in the chat to them, but I just wanted to hear it. Don't feel like you have to stay up. Don't cane yourself. All right, we're doing this for fun. At the end of the day, it's really great what you guys have been able to do, and the graphic looks really nice on the screen as well. I'm really happy with that. So yeah, but don't feel like you need to be staying up to the small hours if you're feeling tired. Please do just go to bed, call it a night. I'm really, really grateful for the support and the help that you guys have given me on this. Yeah, dubs in the chat. I like that. Love seeing the W's coming through. Really, 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 really helpful. And yeah, so thanks a lot, guys. Please just do what you want to do. Cool. So the banner's looking good down the bottom. It's still saying Conservative 0 on my screen here, but it might have fallen behind. No, it is live, so I don't know. It's a bit hit and miss, I think. But it's Tim Pot and proud, isn't it? You see, this is the thing. It is Tim Pot, you know. And like you guys have said, we managed to beat the BBC to a few things. So it's a bit of a different viewing experience, isn't it? It's a bit of a different viewing experience. How are you guys all feeling then? What's the vibe so far? Do you think Reform are sort of ahead of the opinion polls? Do you think they're doing very well, or do you think it's too early to tell? It is too early to tell, really. I mean, we've still got so many results to come in, but that Halton result was an eye opener. But then in Peterborough, it's much closer, so you know. Tim Pot and proud, indeed, absolutely. Let me just have a quick look and see. Cool, I've got Alexander and Jerome working on Peterborough now as well, so thanks for putting those in, guys. It's really, really appreciated. Thanks a lot. It's funny, isn't it? These some of these councils seem to be announcing sort of one result, and then just Brentwood. Have Brentwood done anything since the last time we? I don't think they have. Let me have a look. Oh, they have actually. Reform have won a couple more in Brentwood. So let's have a look at this. I don't know. Maybe have we covered this? I don't know. I'm losing track now. Let's have a look. Oh, it doesn't tell you which wards. Ward summary, maybe. There we go. So I think we saw the Lib Dem hold. We saw Hutton South. Reform have also won in Bryces, Stondon, Massey, and South Weald. So Reform got 53% of the vote here. It doesn't tell me which one, who they beat. Right, bear with me, guys. I'm going to help the boys out in the spreadsheet for a minute and put some in, unless they've done it. They might have already done it because these guys are whiz kids, but let me have a look. Brentwood. No, right. Let me do something. I'm going to do some spreadsheet entering, guys. Well, what are you looking at? Hang on, let me make sure you're looking at something vaguely interesting. Oh, just the map. Well, that'll probably do for now, actually, won't it? Right. Tin Pot and Proud, we're going to do a bit of data entry then. So it is Bryces and Stondon Massey. Turnout here, by the way, 50% in this ward. 50% turnout in Bryces, Stondon Massey, and South Weald. So that's quite an interesting little aside. Just talk amongst yourself. I'll be with you shortly. So what we've got here, so the Tories here got 26% of the vote. I assume this is a gain from them, but I'll tell you in a minute. Labour got 4. So yeah, Reform with a very, very good 53% of the vote. Very, very strong performance from Reform here. 134 for the Greens. So let me tell you. In this ward in Brentwood, then, I can tell you, Reform gained from the Conservatives. The Tories were down in this ward 23 points, and the Libs actually were down 27 points as well. So a bad result for the Liberal Democrats. Reform, interestingly, up 53 points. So seems like they've taken the Liberal Democrat vote and the Conservative vote. That's interesting. The Greens are only up 2 points. Labour were down 5. So all of that vote gone to Reform, it seems. In fact, would you guys like to see the spreadsheet? Would you guys just like to see the spreadsheet? I mean, I'm kind of putting info in while you're looking at a map. So if you'd like to see the spreadsheet, let me know in the chat. I mean, I don't know if you want to watch what you'd rather look at, a static map or me typing in numbers into a spreadsheet. Oh, Wigan. Oh, first Wigan result. Thank you, Becky Twig. And it looks like Reform have, again, absolutely smashed Labour by the looks of it. Interesting. You want to see the spreadsheet? Okay, we can do the spreadsheet. Let's have a look. So you can see what I've been working on for quite a long time, actually. So I need to put it onto this one, don't I? Right, here we go then. So here's the spreadsheet. Can you see that? You can see that. So here's the spreadsheet. It's very comprehensive. It took me quite a long time to put it all together. You've got ward names and the council, the region. There will be inaccuracies in this, but I'll just scroll you along so you get your winners there. So winner 2 and 3 for this year, they're just in already because they're not in the councils. They're electing by thirds. I just had to put them there so that the council summary tab down the bottom reads correctly. Then you get vote share changes there, and then it says which party gains. So, for example, that's the one I just did here. Reform have gained from the Conservatives in that seat, and then coming across some by-election data in there, and then that's last year's or the last time these were elected over there. So it's I shan't lie, all the sort of formula stuff was very much done by the AI. That's a bit beyond my skill set, I'm afraid. But yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good to have my own sort of data for stuff. That's been quite nice. Right, so I'm just going to go and grab some more results then. Keep posting results as they come in into the chat. I'm not sure we've done Brentwood North, which was a Liberal Democrat hold, wasn't it? So what we got here, turnout here was 45% as well. So Brentwood North was 45% turnout. I'm going to have to keep tabbing across, unfortunately, so it's going to take a little while. So in these first few fields, we just put in, so 604 and 103. We just put in the vote amounts. So vote amounts for Tories and Labour go in there. And then we've got 246 and 1240. 246 and 1240. No, that's wrong, because it's... I'm still looking at the other result, which is very silly of me. Right, get rid of that one. Take a rain check on those numbers. Hang on a second. So 45% I was right on. 256 and 109. So it should be 256 and 109. You're probably thinking that's incredible that those two places got the exact same votes. Yeah. There we go. 256 Tories, 106 there, one of Labour. 1017 for the Lib Dems here. And no, don't do that. 1017. And 681 for Reform. Sorry, it's a bit slow because I've got this on the showing you guys now. I'm going to keep tabbing across. And the Greens on 198 there. So that's going to be a Lib. I expect that's a Liberal Democrat hold. Indeed it is. What happened to the vote shares here? Well, you can see... so Labour were down, sorry, the Tories were down 8 points, Labour were down 12 points, Liberal Democrats were down 14 points, and a Reform up 30 points. So again, interesting that it would seem some of that Liberal Democrat vote may have gone to Reform. Second time I've seen that in Brentwood. You'll have to let me know if you get bored of seeing this, because I do appreciate you are on a live stream on YouTube looking at a spreadsheet. It's not the typical idea of somebody's Thursday evening or Friday morning. But yeah, thank you, Becky Twig, for keeping posting all of these results. We've got loads coming in now. Broxbourne, thank you, Jason, is coming in as well. Conservatives held on in Flamstead End, Broxbourne, down 20 points almost. Reform close behind them, 3 points behind. But Conservatives holding Broxbourne. Becky Twig says Eccles, Salford. So Reform obviously won a by-election here. Labour have held on in Eccles, 38.7% of the vote, 10 points ahead of Reform. So a hold for Labour in the north. Let's go to Twitter then quickly. We've got a few more results coming in. Let's go here. Let's see what we've got. I've got 16 notifications. Blimey, right? Okay, they really are flying in, aren't they? David Bellamy, thank you very much for the tag. So that's the Flamstead M1. Brilliant. Thank you. That's Conservatives one there ahead of Reform. But again, a big drop for the Tories, really. Just under 20 points. Reform up just under 40 points. So again, a very good numbers being put up by Reform. Northeast Lincolnshire, another one. Reform over 56% of the vote. I mean, this is less shocking. Reform did very well in Lincolnshire County Council last year. Not all that surprised to see them put up numbers like this in Northeast Lincolnshire, but that is a very, very strong showing. 56% of the vote. Again, looks like they probably beat Labour. It'll be interesting to see what the vote share percentage change was for Labour there. Predicted results. Where's this then? Okay, so that's that's the current update. Oh, I've got through as many of these as I can. Thank you, Bjorn. Farnworth, I think we looked at. Yeah, that was a very close one. And Daresbury Moor and Sandymore was one of the ones we were waiting for. It's another Reform win in Halton. In fact, do we have all the Halton data now? Let's go and have a look on the spreadsheet. Oh, that's the wrong one. I'm on the wrong place. Hang on a second. I've changed my tabs around now. I'm confusing myself. Right. Let's leave Brentwood alone for a minute because I've got to have a look at all this stuff. Going the wrong way. Halton. Control F. Control F is our friend on the spreadsheet this big. We've got 3,088 rows on this spreadsheet. Covers every council that's electing. I've also got one for Scotland and Wales as well, but they're not quite as fleshed out. So we have got every result for Halton now. So let's go and have a look at the council summary. Here's Halton, the line that's highlighted on your screen. You can still see it, can't you? Yes, you can. It might be a bit small for you. Sorry, but so 54 seats in Halton. Labour down to 32 now. Reform in at 17 seats for Reform. That's really quite something. They were on 1 coming into this, so they've won a hatful. But it is a Labour hold by virtue of the fact that their majority was so large in the first place. So Halton is the first full council to have declared. It looks like we've got a Reform one in there without... Oh, that's the Dems. Well, I can do that now. So it was... oh, it's only the percentages though, isn't it? Okay, well, that's fine. We know it was a Reform win. The votes can come in later. Very, very good. So we can't change anything on the map, unfortunately. Halton stays as a solid red. If you guys see a council change or more results coming out, do let me know. Give me a shout. So we've got 2,400 of you at the moment watching history being made, because I think we are, in all honesty. Let me just take you off of that view. Oh, no, you're on. That's right, yeah. Yeah, so we've been streaming for 3.5 hours. It's actually gone very quickly, I think. I think it's gone very quickly. I've been enjoying this. Particularly the last hour and a quarter since the first result came out. It's been rapid. Charlie 16060 says Starmer is finished. It's difficult to disagree with you, mate. I can't lie, because it seems very much like, yeah, like I said, I don't see how you can possibly survive this, really. Guys, if you've seen the spreadsheet and you're interested in helping, you can still drop me an email at electionwatch.uk@gmail.com. And you can I'll give you a link to the spreadsheet and you can help out tomorrow. More the merrier. It would be very, very helpful, because as you see, the results come in thick and fast, and it's very, very difficult for me to sort of put the data into the spreadsheet and keep the stream going, really. So yeah, the more that can do it, the better. Right, Keys and Salford's, we've got Greens winning here, 34 points up. Thank you, Jason, for putting this in the chat. The Liberal Democrats second place, down 25. So the Lib Dems are not having a good night so far, really. They've had a few naughty little vote share declines. Labour are down 20 points as well. Reform here only 6.8%. Clearly not a Reform voting area. And that's a green gain from the Liberal Democrats. Peterborough is no overall control, says Samuel Pinder. Is that have they all declared now? There won't be anything on 5A PPH. There won't be anything on Great Yarmouth in Norfolk until tomorrow. Norfolk is not counting overnight. They won't be declaring until tomorrow evening. So we'll be on a live stream tomorrow from 10 a.m. throughout the day. I'll have to pack it in probably about 5:30. So I won't be able to do it into the evening, I'm afraid. But we'll still be over 6 hours, about 6 hours. So yeah. If you could make sure you tune in tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. We'll be here, and there'll be even more results flooding in, and that's when we can really do with some help in the on spreadsheet. So if you're interested in helping out tomorrow, if you're able to, electionwatch.uk@gmail.com, and then I can get you roped in. Good. So I'm not sure how up to date our numbers down the bottom are there. I thought they might be lagging a little bit, but we've got Reform currently on 24. It's definitely got to be more than that, so it's definitely lagging a little bit. But like I said, Tim Pot and proud. Okay. You'd rather be here than the BBC, wouldn't you? Let's be honest. Okay, let's have a quick look, because somebody said that Peterborough is no overall control. So I'm going to have a quick look and see if... where's their results going to be? Some of them are quite good at posting them up quite quick. Oh, so these ones are already on... The Peterborough one's already on Wikipedia. So, no, we haven't got a full slate just yet. We've got a few have come in, though. So, let's have a look here. I think we might have looked at the Breton one. Reform won that one, 33%, three-point margin. Thorney and Newborough. No, that hasn't come in yet. Sorry, beg your pardon. Gunthorpe was a Liberal Democrat hold comfortably. Hampton Vale was a Liberal Democrat gain from the Conservative. That's one we looked at. Yeah, Reform and Conservative and Labour in last and second last place. North Conservative gain from Labour there. Doesn't show us the vote share declines, unfortunately, but I assume Labour have collapsed. Reform there finished in third. And that is Paston and Walton we've looked at. That was Conservative gain from the Liberal Democrats. That's right. Do remember that. So no, there's not quite all of them have declared yet for Peterborough. But what have we got? Peterborough, there it is. Yeah, so it is no overall control, you're right. So enough seats have been declared. It is no overall control. So I suppose we could do that. Did it... can't remember if that was one that was already done or not, actually. God, I'm losing my mind here. Did anything flash up on the screen saying Peterborough no overall control? Just out of interest. Either way, we'll go to... what we'll do, we'll make Peterborough black for now, for no overall control. We'll change it to whoever ends up being the largest party. If we go to our spreadsheet, it's currently Labour on 10, Tories are on 9, Lib Dems are on 6, and that's the Localists are also on 9. So it's a very split council. But there's quite a few more wards to declare, and Labour are probably going to lose more seats, I imagine. So we'll hold off on the largest party thing for now. But that's our first one. We'll change it to no overall control. Yeah, did anything pop up on the screen? Sorry, I've not been looking at the chat. Because in theory, when has a northeast been? No northeast has come in yet, as far as I'm aware. Tomo. 5A PPH _13 nowhere has restore candidates, I'm afraid, in this election. The only ones that are kind of restore candidates are in Great Yarmouth, where they are standing as the Great Yarmouth First Party for Norfolk County Council election, but no Restore Britain but they are effectively Restore Britain candidates, but that's it. Nowhere else in the country has got Restore Britain candidates. Reform plus 41, yeah, thank you. The thing will catch up. It might just be that the spreadsheet's not been updated. The boys are working very, very hard. It's either that's lagging or there's not data on the spreadsheet. So our data will be behind the TV. So I apologise for that. But unfortunately, that's the limitations of what we're working with. We don't have the automation. Yeah, apologise for that. If you want the dead up to date numbers, feel free to put the BBC on in the background or something. But stay with me, because this is more fun than the BBC or Sky. I suppose what I could do for Peterborough is just go through them. I can put the parties in, try and keep the parties up to date. It's a bit long doing all the data entry on the stream for me. Right, Breton was a reform. So let's go to the spreadsheet. Well, if you guys get sick and tired of seeing the spreadsheet, just let me know and I'll take it back off. Okay, no, the boys are doing Peterborough now. Thank you, guys. That's very kind of you. So we have got data coming in for Peterborough there. Very, very good. Thank you, chaps. So yeah, there'll be certain data that we have to, it's going to take us a bit of time to get around to doing it. So We don't really need that anymore, do we? That's a bit outdated now. Oh, that's what I was going to do. Holton, wasn't it? The vote share. Let's do that. Right. So, national vote share. We want Holton. So the results are in. Here they are. Well, it's a bit of a spoiler now because I'm going to show you on the screen, but we'll put it in anyway. So 30.6 and 5. We'll have a quick look on the chart at what's happened to the vote shares in Holton. So 5.4 for the Lib Dems, 42.3 for Reform. Oops. Okay. Why is it doing that? Hang on, technical difficulties. It's being silly. I think I've got to do that. It's percent. There we go. That's why, because it's not actually percent, is it? There we go. So I'm talking to myself. I do beg your pardon. We want that. That's why. Right, actually, they can come back in now then. Cool. We're getting there. We are getting there slowly but surely. Right. Now we can do this year's because I'll fix that. So where do we get to? Reform, I think. So let us go and have a look at our very own one of these. Right, here we go. We'll have a look at the what happens to the vote shares in Holton. Hopefully that loads up for us straight away. Don't have the turnout information again, unfortunately. Hopefully this is going to work. It's not currently looking great. Not sure that's hanging there. There we go. So Holton, this is for the council in general. So adding up all of the votes across all of the wards, and then obviously for each party dividing it by the total amount. And it's what we get. So Reform won 42.3% of the vote in Holton, Labour 30.6%, and then the Greens on 14.7%. And then the others are just also Rands really down there. Let's have a look at the vote share change percent. And then you can see this is the story. So Reform increasing by 41.3 points and Labour down across the council as a whole just under 40 points. I mean, that is really extraordinary. Yeah, this is what I mean. I mean, it's one council, so we'll see what happens elsewhere, of course. But if that is replicated elsewhere, which I think it probably will be, we are definitely watching something very, very historic happening in this election. So there you are. That's Holton for you. And let me come back and have a look at the chat. Right, what have we got going on? Is that Holton as in where the RAF training base is? Oh, good point. I don't know, to be perfectly honest. I assume so. Said really says need reform in Wales. Well, we find out tomorrow. Wales counting tomorrow for the Senedd. Yeah, so here we go. I mean, it's all rather kicked off, hasn't it? In the last it's almost 2 hours now, actually. 117,000 people have tuned into the live stream, which is extraordinary. Thank you very much for the support. 2,000 of you here at the moment. Thank you very much for being here and watching. If you haven't already, please do subscribe to the channel. This is the first live stream, so it's a bit tin pot. It's a bit patchy, but I'm having fun. I hope you guys are having fun as well. Yeah, do subscribe. We do a lot of coverage of UK elections on this channel to the local level, and we do it when there's not full elections on. We do it when we did it before it was cool. Yeah, we do it week in, week out on the Friday. So yeah, Jeff Franklin, you're off to there in July to the RAF. Oh, to the RAF training base. You joining the RAF? Well, thank you for your service. Yeah, very good. I'm a pilot myself, actually, but not cool enough to be a fighter jet pilot, I have to say. Yeah, very good. All the best. Keith Loughton says reform on 51 seats. Really good, very good. Thank you. So yeah, you can see our data is lagging by about half there. Limitations of a small YouTube channel doing their best to do coverage like this, really. Thank you for keeping us updated, though. Will I do an analysis video on the locals, Lord Malcolm? I shall indeed, yeah. Probably more than one, because there'll be a lot to talk about. Yeah, probably more than one. You're most welcome, Jeff. Welsh Reformer says, hearing off reports for the by-election in Rogerstone, Newport, 2-horse race between Tories and Reform, Labour wiped out. There you go. That's South Wales. Again, former Labour heartland. And if it's a 2-horse race between the Tories and Reform, then it really has gone wrong for Labour. Interesting if the Tories are in the running there. Are they going to have a stronger Welsh Parliament election than I thought they might? The Tories. Could the Tories finish with more seats than Labour in Wales? Surely not. Surely not. What do you reckon? I wouldn't write anything off these days. Right, let's have another browse of X. See what we've got here. So, thank you, LibLabCon betray you. Oh, I've been tagged, but there's no post. Okay, thank you very much. Welsh Reformer again. Eccles Salford. Becky Twigg, I think, put this one in the chat. Thank you very much. So there's a Labour hold, but down 23 points. I mean, again, look, they're in the trenches. Salford shouldn't be marginal. I suppose it's 10 points, so it's fairly comfortable for them. But they're so in the trenches here. Keys was the one that the Greens won. Thank you, Shearer. Very good. Thank you, David Bellamy, for that. We've got fresh. We might have seen this one. No, I don't think we have seen that one, actually. Freshly North East Lincolnshire, another Reform win. Unfortunately, no changes to the vote share there. Reform beating the Independents there. Lincolnshire is pretty much just Reform heartland territory these days, isn't it? Right, let's refresh this homepage. 48 minutes ago, I think we've seen that one. This is funny enough. This is Patrick Maguire. I'm not sure who he is, in all fairness. He's the Times, yes, of course. UKIP never managed anything like this. This is what I was saying. This is what I said earlier. UKIP never managed anything like this. They did well at council elections, but they never had this kind of an impact. You know, they weren't taking 50% off Labour in Greater Manchester or you know, the Merseyside area. The SDP couldn't win Warrington. Reform are going to win places. Even Boris Johnson couldn't win against Corbyn. This is going to be qualitatively and quantitatively different to any insurgency that's come before. So what I'm saying, guys, you're watching history being made, and the political pundits are starting to realise that now the votes are coming in. I think we've been saying that here on this channel for a few weeks, actually. So there you go. Yeah, James Hill. It's a reminder again that Reform has built a very effective campaign machine in barely 18 months. It's very true. But then again, you could say, couldn't you, if Reform can do it, then in theory, Restore could do it, you know? In theory. Yeah, if results carry the scale, Reform plateau / dip narratives are going to be consigned to the dustbin. But of course, it's very early. Well, he said that an hour ago. I think we said that probably about the same time. Completely agree. Again, we said it here. We said it here first. Put first in the chat because we're first. Okay, Kevin Edger is a conservative Twitterer. Reform will do well tonight because these seats haven't been contested for 4 years. Yeah, I think that's Reform massively down on where they were 6 months ago. Gap between Reform and the Tories has narrowed. This comes across as cope to me personally, but maybe that's my bias. I don't think that's really true. I think this is a continuation of Reform's momentum from last year. Cool. Right, I think we're pretty much caught up. I've got 6 more notifications. Thank you, Welsh Reformer. Another one coming in. Sydney, Sussex, North East Lincolnshire. Sydney, Sussex in Lincolnshire. My goodness. Reform with a massive win. 54.7% of the votes in Lincolnshire for Reform. Let's go and have a look at the spreadsheet. See what we got. We've still got 5 helpers online, which I'm really at 2 o'clock in the morning. I am very appreciative of. Susan's there now as well. Susan, Jerome, Mike, Alex, and Jason all helping out on the spreadsheet at the small hours of the morning is really a tremendous effort, and I don't deserve you guys. Thank you very much. Let's go. Yeah, the guys are working on it already. Alex is doing Lincolnshire there. Brilliant. Good stuff. Thank you very much, Alex. The seats are going in. What was that one we were looking at there? Sydney, Sussex. Which Jerome's now doing. Brilliant. Awesome. So that will come through in a minute. You can see the percentages. So let's have a look, actually, because I don't think we've seen too many of the percentages here yet. Let's pick one at random. Let's do South at Reform 1. So this was a Reform gain from Labour. And they were, beg your pardon, so Labour here were down 33 points, Reform up 56.5. So they've basically taken the Reform vote and the Tory vote, haven't they? Yeah, it's really quite incredible results here coming through. The other ones we've got here then, so another Reform, so 3 Reform gains off Labour actually in North East Lincolnshire. The other one, Labour here down 27 points, Reform up 50. So massive gains for Reform in Lincolnshire. Labour down, but not quite as dramatically as we saw in the Northwest, but still really bad. 25, 26 points, 33 points, 23 points at the top there as well in the Liberal Democrat hold. Not good news for Labour, and you would think if the Prime Minister is still awake in number 10, he must be thinking, I can't get through this. But who knows? Sorry, I did ask you earlier, but I forgot to actually look at the chat, so I'll try and not get distracted this time. Did at any point a thing pop up on the screen saying Peterborough no overall control or something? Just out of interest. Because in theory, when the spreadsheet detects that a council changes control, it should pop up with something, but Hartlepool and Redditch have declared. Thank you, Samuel Pinder. We'll have a look at that in a minute. I just want to see what people say about this thing. If any of you noticed, because it was quite a while ago, to be fair, the Peterborough thing. It's sacked in the morning. Yeah, quite. Right, we've had some declarations from Hartlepool. So if Tomo's still about, he'll be happy because he wanted some Northeast declarations. Hartlepool and Redditch, so the Northeast and the Midlands, the West Midlands. So let's see if we can find any info on that. Let's have a look. back to our X. So Stockport, back in Greater Manchester again. We've got a localist party here, have held with a reduced vote share, but it's a very comfortable win, actually. Reform straight into second place. Labour again down 17 points, but the localists there very comfortably ahead in Stockport. Thank you, Welsh Reformer. Thank you, David Bellamy, for the Sydney-Sussex result from Lincolnshire. What's this one? Have you seen this one? That's the Sydney-Sussex. Yeah, okay. So I can't see anything from Redditch and Hartlepool yet on X. So let's see. Reform have had a very good night in Thurrock, according to James Heal again. Oh, good. What am I going to? I'm not going to get to bed, am I? Oh no. Well, I've got 3 monsters in the fridge, but it's going to be one of those that keeps you up, isn't it? Yeah, Luke True, what we said. Peterborough seemingly where everyone's a winner. Everything's going on in Peterborough. So as of 1:35, 35 minutes ago, 25 minutes ago, sorry, Reform of up 37. So how far behind is our tracker? So we're on 25. That's half an hour out of date. Tim Bottom Proud, very good. Lee South, I think somebody put that in the chat, didn't they? Massive win for Reform in Wigan 35 minutes ago. 48 point, again, is similar to what, I mean, Greater Manchester is, it'd be interesting to see when the Yorkshire votes start coming in as well. Bearing in mind, you've got 4 Yorkshire councils, the full councils, Calderdale, Kirklees, Bradford, and Barnsley and Wakefield. 5 Yorkshire councils are full council elections, I believe. So, yeah, if these sort of results translate across the border into Yorkshire, then Labour really are cooked. Okay, right. I can't see anything about Hartlepool on here. Let me have a look on Tinternet. See if I can find any info. Hartlepool local election results in full. That sounds promising. But currently nothing showing on there, on that news site. Does Wikipedia have any information for us? No, not currently. I can't see any declarations for Hartlepool yet online. I'm not saying it hasn't happened, but I can't find any info online. The other one was Redditch, wasn't it? Let's have a look if we've got anything from Redditch. Some of these council websites are so frustrating to find your way around. Nothing on Wikipedia yet from Redditch either, but Wikipedia's not the best source really. I can't see anything from those 2 places yet, but if they've just started declaring, they'll probably start coming through shortly. How's the stream for you guys? I appreciate there's not much happening actually on the screen for you. I'm kind of limited on what I can really offer you in that department. But yeah, I mean, it's been great to have pretty much at whole times at least 2,000 of you in here watching at any one time, which has been brilliant. Like I say, I appreciate it's not all that visually stimulating, but yeah, how are you finding it? Because to be honest, I'm just enjoying interacting with you guys live. It's really, really cool. It's been really nice. Thank you, Harvest Coaching. Yeah, good point. They were due to declare about now, weren't they? In Hart. Right, I've got some more tags here. Stockport. So David Bellamy's tagged me. A Stockport results reform win from Labour, 30.8% of the vote. So a good win for Reform in Stockport there. That's the same one from Welsh Reformer. Thank you very much, chaps. So apparently, let me go and find it on Twitter for you. I've just seen James Heal again. You got Chris Philp, the Shadow Home Secretary for the Conservative Party, and Chris Bryant, who I don't think has a ministerial position, but he's the Labour Member of Parliament for Rhondda in South Wales. They're clearly on the telly at the moment having a Barney. But they're basically having an argument about who's had the worst night so far. That's the state of the two main parties, isn't it? I mean, Labour obviously are I think, having a worse night. But Brian has a point. At this stage of the electoral cycle, you shouldn't be losing seats, and that is true. If the Tories were the main opposition, they would not be losing seats and having chunks taken out of their vote shares, which they currently are. So, yeah, he's got a point, in all fairness to him. So, yeah, look at that. That's the vote share change in Halton on a graphical sense there. Which we kind of looked at. We looked at ourselves a little while ago. Really, really quite incredible what's going on there. That's what we looked at here. Massive, massive change. Swing away from Labour towards Reform in a Labour heartland. Really extraordinary stuff. Looks like Greens have got a hold. That was 28 minutes ago, but Greens have held on in Peterborough. Looks like the mainstream. I mean, unless it's Patrick Maguire again, to be fair, which we looked at a minute ago, but people, I think, are starting to change their tune on Reform and having peaked. I think people were starting to buy into the idea that Reform had actually peaked. It's going to be difficult, I think, for Restore. Maybe. Let me know what you think. Difficult for Restore to really sell the narrative. There we go. Sorry, somebody said I hadn't seen any results from Hartlepool. Labour have lost control of Hartlepool to no overall control. So there you go. It won't come through on the screen yet because we haven't got the seat data, but we can go up to Hartlepool, and it will be I don't know actually. Will it be Labour largest party? I don't know. We'll put it as black for now. So Hartlepool goes to black. No overall control. Labour have lost Hartlepool Council. There we go. That is the first loss of a council for Labour so far this evening, I think, as far as I'm aware. There we go. I've had a super chat come through. Let me have a look. Yeah, I see you saying you think you've got Restore have got it in the bag for 2029. Well, look, like I say, I don't necessarily agree with that. I think unless you're saying that all these people that are voting Reform tonight are ready to go and vote for Restore as soon as they're available to, which I know you'll probably say is the case. I don't necessarily buy that, but we'll see, won't we? We'll see. I was trying to find out if Labour were going to be the largest party, wasn't I? So let's go and find that out. Difficult to tell because as far as I can see, there's no seat data has come through just yet, but we can see what they were on in the first place. So in Hartlepool, Labour were on 15 seats. So they're on 21 seats, 36 on the council. So assuming they lost every seat, they would be on 15, unless that's been updated by anyone since. They probably will be the largest party, won't they? How many seats are being elected in Hartlepool? Not sure. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 seats. So yeah, they will be the largest party then, won't they? I think, unless anybody's got another idea. I'm going to put that Labour largest party, but that is a loss of control for them. Did somebody say Peterborough's got no overall control as well? Oh no, we've done that. Sorry, we did Peterborough. We did Peterborough before, didn't we? Beg your pardon. Right, we have been streaming for over 4 hours. It's gone very quick, actually, I have to say. It's 2:10 UK time. I've checked our sheet, and the data is up to date pretty well. Anyway, we got plus 45 for reform on the data sheet on the spreadsheet. So hopefully the graphic then the bottom will catch up. It's on 42 now, so yeah, it's getting there. We will, like I say, we will be behind on the data. My team of volunteers are doing a wonderful job keeping it all up to date, but obviously they're only human and they can't beat the live feed that the TV channels get. Hartlepool Mail said that Labour council leader lost seat to Reform. Really? Wow. So thanks for that, Samuel Pinder. And Hartlepool is 15-15 Lab Reform. Is it? Is it really? Okay. All right. In that case, let's go and make that just black then, because they're not the largest party. We'll have to wait and see who ends up controlling that then. Interesting. Thanks for the updates, guys. Crime and politics. Reform on 92 now, are they? Okay, yeah. So we're still trailing by about half. Tim Pot and Proud in the chat, please, if you don't mind. Tim Pot and Proud for our lagging data. Okay, so what can we draw so far? I think from what we've seen, Reform in Labour's heartland areas of Greater Manchester, and we'll wait to see on Yorkshire, but one would assume it's going to be similar. And it looks like in Hartlepool as well in the northeast. This is where Reform's big statement wins are going to happen tonight. It seems against Labour at least. The swings we saw in Halton, 40% vote share increase for Reform. Let's put it back up on the screen. Actually, 41% for Reform on the back of a 38-point decline for the Labour Party is wild. We've seen Hartlepool now, where Reform have won a bulk of the seats and are now tied. They've deprived Labour of control of the council, and they're now tied for the largest party. I think it's tempered slightly by the results we've seen. Well, Peterborough seems like a bit of a weird one, because like we said, everybody seems to have won in Peterborough. North East Lincolnshire Reform have been doing very well as well. In Brentwood, they seem to have done quite. So basically, it seems to me that my theory that Reform have or have been underpolled for a little while seems to me to be quite accurate. So I'll take that. Well, we'll see. I could be wrong. I could have egg on my face and this be getting clipped up. But yeah, I think. Well, I don't think it will be getting clipped up unless somebody's got the stamina to watch 4 hours of my live stream to find me saying something foolish. But yeah, it's I think they've been underpolled. I think they're ahead of the mid-20s. I think they're it's difficult to say. I was going to say I think they're low 30s, but I mean you see the results in these places we've seen, you think, are they even further ahead than that? But obviously we've got a lot to come still down in the south. In London, of course, that's where Reform's vote share will start falling away in terms of the national aggregate. I expect that's going to pull the average down quite significantly. But so far, a very, very good night for Reform. This is what they would have wanted. I think, yeah, this idea that Reform have peaked is for the birds. I don't think anybody can really say that with a straight face now. At the moment. So yeah, a very good night for Reform so far. And just devastating for Labour. I think it's even worse than I thought it was going to be for Labour, actually. And I thought it was going to be pretty bad. I mean, here we are with, based on our data, around about 60, 70 seats declared, and Labour got five. I mean, come on. So yeah, it's been really, really bad for Labour. I think it's too early to tell on the Tories yet, but the signs haven't been good, really. A lot of down by 20 points. not particularly encouraging for them, and in places like Brentwood as well. So yeah. So say the Welsh reformer is feeling very bullish, and he says, bearing in mind that Wales haven't started counting yet, but based on the news that we've had so far from England, the Welsh reformer thinks that reform majority in Wales is achievable, which would be quite something. That would be quite something. Do you agree with the Welsh reform? Let's do a poll. Is everybody up for a 2 a.m. poll? Oh, actually, no, I can't do it right now. The YouTube site's being really slow again. Okay, it's a bold prediction. It's a bold prediction. Labour have lost control in Tamworth, have they, Charlie? Thank you for the update. Seems to be a lot of results coming in at the moment that it's just sort of I think this is the thing I suppose the aggregators start going to bed as well, which is fair enough. I've still got 10 notifications, mind you. Hang on, let's see what we've got going on here. So yeah, that's the first council fully declared. Thank you, Bjorn, for that. We covered it on the channel. We've got another Brentwood as of 7 minutes ago. Shenfield, the Conservatives here with a pretty comfortable hold, actually. Only down 2.7 points. That's a good hold for the Tories. Reform, again, Liberal Democrats down 18 points. The Lib Dems seem to not... I don't think they're having a great night in the main. They've had quite a few steep declines. I don't know. Let me know what you think about Lib Dems. I'm not sure they're doing all that well. David Benhamy's in Turkey. It's 4 a.m. Blimey, yeah, good effort. Good night. I think we'll have to call it a day soon as well, unfortunately. Problem is, the longer I stay, the more likely I am to see some other results come in, and then I'll never go to bed. But we've got to be up at 10. Well, I've got to be up at 7 to look after my daughter, and then we're streaming again at 10, of course. Make sure you tune in for the 10 o'clock live stream. Right, so somebody said Labour have lost control in Tamworth, have they? Let's see if I can find that. We'll change our map up. Oh yeah, it would appear that I think Tamworth have maybe declared all their results actually, and it's just gone under the radar. So here we go. I'm looking at the actual declaration of results polls. I don't have percentages to give you, but big wins for Reform. Obviously, I don't know who won which ward, but we've got the first one, Amington Ward's Reform, 1,400 votes. The next closest was the Conservatives of 482. Reform again on the second one, 1,053 votes. The closest after that was 256 for the Conservatives. These are massive wins. Tamworth, 1,066 for Bowl Hill Ward, 1,066 votes for the Reform candidate. With I don't know why I might as well just show you this, hadn't I? Let's just show you this because I think you'll be quite impressed with this. So here we go. Bowl Hill Ward, 1,066 votes elected. Closest, 398. What the turnouts as well, 37%, so not bad. Castle Ward, 1,200, just under 1,300 for Reform. Closest second, 556, 38% turnout. Yeah, this is massive. Reform have won every seat so far with about an 800 vote majority in a lot of them. This one's a bit closer, but not really. 964 for Reform, 420 for the Tories, 38%. Spittal, 1,100 for the Reform, 550 for the Green. I mean, they're winning by massive margins here, and turnout is not bad, 39%. I mean, I know it's low, all right, but for a local elections, that's not too bad, I think. Reform over 1,000 in Stony Delph Ward. closest 329 for the Conservatives, 33%, a slightly lower turnout there, 42% turnout. Trinity Ward 1350. Yeah, so Reform have basically won every seat in Tamworth by massive margins. I'll be interested to see what those percentages actually are. After I call it a day here, I might put those in. We can look at them tomorrow or something. But that's yeah, that's really quite something. Wowee. Oh yeah, it's been reported by Election Maps now. Let's have a look at this. Reform have so Labour have lost Hartlepool, as we've done, and also Redditch. I think it's probably this one. There we go. Labour loses Redditch and Hartlepool Council to no overall control. Reform swept all bar one seat in Redditch and all seats in Hartlepool. Reform are this is exceptional. They're winning every single seat, and from what we just saw in Tamworth, they won every single seat by massive margins, like not even close. This is an upheaval the like that I think hasn't been seen probably in British politics since probably the Labour Party 100 years ago. This is really extraordinary. Sort of running out of superlatives to describe it with, but you are witnessing history. I know I've said that a few times on the stream, but this is historical. This is there's a pretty good chance, or we'll see what happens. I mean, we're in tumultuous times, but there's a chance you'll never see anything like this happen again. What we're seeing now and what will happen over the next 2 or 3 years, if the trajectory stays the same, just simply you won't see it. So Redditch is going no overall control down there. There's Redditch just south of Birmingham. No overall control. So what we can do actually in Tamworth, I suppose, I'm not going to put the votes. Oh, someone's putting the votes in now. That's great. I'm just going to run through. You do that, guys. Thank you very much. Please don't feel pressured to put the votes in when I'm talking about the things on the stream. You're doing a fantastic job. I'm not passing judgment on you. I'm just going to stick ref in every single one of these because we know that Reform have won every single seat by a massive majority. And Wilnecote. So we've just got, I think that's Alex. That's Jerome, sorry, beg your pardon. Jerome's putting in some Tamworth numbers for us here. Oh, Tameside's been coming in as well. Reform doing really well in Tameside. Thank you who has been doing that. I've not seen any of that. So Tameside, remember this is Angela Rayner's backyard in Greater Manchester. Let's have a look at some of these results while those results are going in. So you can see Reform are a long way ahead here as well. So Reform, they've got 52.6% of the vote in Denton South. Gorton and Denton by-election, by the way, remember? 52% support for Reform in Denton South. We've got 46% of the vote in Droylsden. 48% of the vote in Duckenfield Stalybridge. 45% of the vote in Hyde Newton. 53, that's in Tamworth. There's a Tamworth one. 53% of the vote for Reform there. These are huge wins. So let's look at these vote share changes for Tameside. So Reform have gone up 52 points, pretty much their entire vote share because they didn't stand last time. Let's have a look at Labour then. So Labour down 50 points in Denton South, down 40 points in Droylsden West, down 24 points in Duncanfield Stalybridge, and down 31 points in Hyde Newton. So huge declines again for Labour. Absolutely crushing. Yeah, totally crushing. And the Tories, by the way, down also by, I mean, it's, again, not areas where the Tories are going to win, but they've got, so let's have a look. That was Duncanfield Stalybridge, 23.55 points down for the Tories, and they're down to 9.5%. So they got actually a fairly respectable score last time, over 30 points, and now they're down to less than 10. Like this is a bad night for the Conservatives as well. Do not be fooled. So these Tamworth vote shares are coming in as well. 56 points for Reform in Tamworth. Looks like we've got, yeah, again, look, huge share declines in Tamworth as well. West Midlands, Tamworth. That's right. I'm getting my T's mixed up. 43 points down in Belgrave for Labour. 52 points down in Bolhall. Yeah, incredible. Conservatives also down 30 points almost in Abington. Like this is, yeah, it's rough. It's rough. We are. I'm so. Do you know what? I'm so glad we're doing this live stream. We're live together as a community, watching something extraordinary happening is a privilege actually to be doing this. It is a privilege, and I'm glad that you guys are all here to see it with me and yeah, because it's thanks to you guys tuning in, watching the videos every Friday of dinner by elections and stuff that we're doing this. I genuinely thought when I started this channel in November 2024, genuinely I thought I'd do it for 3 or 4 weeks, get hardly any views and get bored and sack it off. But no, you guys have made it worthwhile continuing doing it with your brilliant support and engagement, and here we are. And this is great to see us doing this now. So we've got 2,000, just over 2,000 of you watching at the moment. We've had 125,000 people tune into the stream, which is really, really cool. They're big numbers. I'm pretty proud of that. And we are watching something extraordinary happening, aren't we? And look, this is just the beginning. This is the tremors. The earthquake will be the general election. Not to mention tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow is when the bulk of everything's going to come through. Sleep is for the weak. Chug your monsters. Yeah, you're quite right. Good point. Good point. If you're doing election results, going to bed is prohibited. Yeah, you are right. But unfortunately, I've got to do this all day tomorrow. I've also got a little one to look after in the morning. I'm being bullied into staying up all night by the YouTube community. This is not what I signed up for. Thank you, Sam Pinder. Chronicle Live with the Hartlepool ward results. Yeah, brilliant. Thanks. We're going to have a look at that then. Again, if anything, I'll just put in the I can just put in the seats for reform. I'll tell you what we need though, and this is what I've thought, because all that data in that spreadsheet that you saw, by the way, if I just come back to this spreadsheet, and there probably, I know there would be a way of doing this, and you could automate it, right? But all of this previous vote data here, I went through and did this line by line manually via Wikipedia and others. This is what I mean. There will be errors in there. It's all manual input and stuff, so it's all been manually inputted. And I'll tell you what, this country really needs, in my opinion. Well, for me anyway, it's what they need for me. There needs to be like just a centralized area where every government body, whether that's a constituency or a borough council or a county council or a unitary authority or whatever it is, just puts their election results. It's so weird that all the councils have their own websites and they all work a bit differently. It's just very, very scatterbrained, like very difficult to actually find stuff. So yeah, that's what I'd say we need. Right, I was trying to find Chronicle Live Hartlepool. Here we go. Election results in full. Oh, here we go. Very good. So, as somebody said, yeah, Reform and Labour are tied for the most seats now, 15 each. Conservatives, by the way, wiped out in Hartlepool. We missed that. Now, bear in mind, the Conservatives won the Hartlepool by-election, didn't they? I think it was 2021. Boris Johnson, it was a PM. The Conservatives now have no representation in Hartlepool whatsoever on the council. Wiped out. They only had 2, and they're down 2. So yeah, Reform won. Was it every seat in this one, or was it? Yes, every seat. Every seat went to Reform. Yeah, incredible. So let me just come across to our spreadsheet and whack in Reform for Hartlepool, if it's not already been done by my heroes here. Looks like they're on it. Yeah, they've done it already. Yeah, brilliant. Cool, thanks, guys. It looks like Hart is starting to declare, by the way. We've got a result for Hart in there. Tories have held on quite comfortably from the Liberal Democrats by the looks. In fact, their vote share held up very well, down 0.2 points, so no real change. Reform again, the big gainers, but they're quite a way behind the winners. What do we get here? Which one is it? That one? No, that one. 44% for the Tories, 24% for the Liberal Democrats, and 22% for Reform. So there you go. Again, the Lib Dems down 8 points. It's just all seems to be a bit in the red for the Lib Dems, doesn't it, this evening? Right. Have we got any other? Councils to change control on this map? We're keeping the Hartlepool dark because Labour and Reform are tied. What's Redditch? Who's the largest party in Redditch? That's what we want to know. Who's the largest party in Redditch now? They said there was all but one seat went to Reform, wasn't it? So oh, I hate it when they put it up as PDFs. Just give me something to scroll through. Okay. So I just got to find the one that they didn't win. Does anybody happen to know which ward in Redditch Reform didn't win? Because I've got to click through each and every ward to get a result PDF up here because they don't have it on a scroll menu. That's what I mean. Each council set, like, some have a really funky like graphic, and others put up PDFs that you have to click through. Oh, there we go. I found it. Central was won by Labour. Oh, you guys said on my video, Central was the only one that they had a chance of winning, and they only just won it. The Greens have got 555 votes, Reform got 614, and Labour got 652. So they was very close. Very close. So Reform won every one except for Central then, according to what we read. So let's go and have a find of Redditch. Again, the boys might have done it already. Not yet, that's fine. Right, so right place, yeah. So ref all of these. That one's Labour. In fact, I don't know what I'm doing that. I can just drag, can't I? Oops. Hang on, a bit lost now. I've got one too far. There we go. Cool. So that's Reform put into there as well. So what's our banner data? Oh, that's interesting. We've lost some reference on our. What's causing that then? It's lost. So the Liberal Democrats doing very well in Stockport. This is one they could get. They've gained 2 from Labour, and they've held the rest. Reform have gained 1 from Labour as well. This is a council that the Liberal Democrats could make a majority. Just trying to see why that graphic's having an issue. It's got an error code in there at the moment. I'm not sure why. Sorry for scrolling this on your screen. In fact, actually, I'll take this off your screen while I'm doing this. I'll put you on X. How strange. Okay, well, our banner's down, unfortunately, at the moment, because there's some sort of an error that I'm not entirely sure why. It's so, yeah. I don't know why that's happened. I'll have a look at that maybe after we finish here. That's a shame. That banner was doing well. It may have been behind the actual numbers by about 50, but you know that's what we mean. It's Tin Pot and proud. It's fine. Not sure why that's broken. Not to worry. Right, one last look at Twitter maybe. So another Wigan result that came through 6 minutes ago. Abram Ward, a big win for Reform again. 56% of the vote. Yeah, huge. Labour down 32 points again, so they were over 50% of the vote last time as well. It's basically just a straight swap, isn't it? Reform to Labour. Yeah, I mean, I have nothing to say that wouldn't be just repeating myself at this point. So, yeah, it's worth talking about for a minute, actually. So the Politics UK, I mean, there's various of these, but we looked at one earlier as well. 1580 for Reform, and down 1597 for Labour. Is it looking more or less at the moment? What do you reckon? In either way, in either direction. Welsh Reformer still going. That's the Abram result. Thank you very much, Welsh Reformer. It's been really, really helpful having me tagged in these results, by the way, guys. It's been really useful. There we go. That's what I was saying. Yeah, Tories 0 seats in Hartlepool in a place that flew a Boris blimp only 5 years ago. Yeah, incredible. Incredible. There's the Reformers in Halton. Raja Miah, if you haven't, do go and follow Raja Miah. He has done a lot of work, tireless work, around the rape gangs stuff for victims, and he's been doing it before it was mainstream. He's been doing it for years, and he's been quite poorly treated from his testimony anyway. Do give him a follow. Very, very worthwhile to listen to him if you see him on YouTube and stuff. He has a lot of very interesting things to say. He's at the count in Oldham though, as of 51 minutes ago. Reform smashing it. Yeah, there you go. Bit of infighting in Oldham. What else we got here? Having a bit more Barneys on live TV. Cool. So that's that for now. See that we've got a lot of followers actually. I wonder what the follower count's up to now. Let's have a look. Oh, how do you use X? I don't even know, to be honest with you. Let's go on here. Up to 1,200 followers on X now. So yeah, if you do use X, please do go across and give us a follow. I've been trying to use the account a bit more in the last few weeks. So yeah, I've been doing a bit more on there. It's been great to, like I say, have you guys interacting with it this evening as we've been doing this stream. So Labour have lost Hartlepool, Redditch and Tamworth councils to no overall control. Labour have held... Oh, Tamworth we need to do, don't we? That's the one. Let's do Tamworth to no overall control. And we can also see on our sheet... so let's do... So we did Hartlepool 15-15. Yeah, good. And Redditch... Redditch is still Labour largest party, so we'll put them... We'll change Redditch to largest party Labour, so light red. And it was Tamworth, wasn't it? Tamworth is still Labour largest party as well by 5. Reform now have 10. So again, just these big Labour majorities before means that they're still the largest party, but they are losing majorities left, right and centre. So we're 2:40. The first result came in about 1:15 midnight. So we've been going for about an hour and a half in terms of... Sorry, 2.5 hours in terms of actual results coming in. Labour have lost Hartlepool. They're now on the equal number of seats with Reform, 15 each. They are still in control in Halton by virtue of their massive majority before this, but Reform absolutely devastated them with huge vote share swings. Overall in the council, it was 40% for Reform and just under 40% down for Labour. Redditch and Tamworth in the West Midlands have both gone from Labour majorities to no overall control, or Labour largest party. Still ahead of Reform, again, by virtue of the amount of councils they had coming into this. But that's the story so far. So only sort of 3 or 4 councils to speak of. I'm not sure what the situation is in North East Lincolnshire, if there's been any more coming in there. Let's have a look, because that was the other one that was firing off a little bit. So we've still got a number to come in Lincolnshire by the looks of it, which is fine. Is that still broken? I don't know why this banner's broken. It's a shame. Do you know what? I'm going to ask Grok. That's what I'm going to do. My personal assistant, my AI personal assistant. I should probably, I'm neglecting you guys. There's too much going on here. Need to right, I can see our viewership's slightly starting to decline as we make our way into the small hours in the UK here. We're almost at 3 a.m. So I think we'll probably call it a night soon. As much as I'm enjoying this, we've got more to do tomorrow, of course. Tomorrow's going to be the big one, where we've got obviously Wales and Scotland coming to the picture tomorrow as well. So yeah, more to come tomorrow, of course. The bulk of these England councils come in tomorrow as well, or I think quite a lot of them will come in early hours. London will start declaring early hours as well, so that'll be very fascinating to see too. Yeah, it's going to be a big day. If tomorrow goes anything like tonight has gone, then yeah, this really is a very seismic evening. I've actually got, I just thought, we've got a council control little graphic here, which has got nothing on it, which is brilliant. Oh, there we go. So there you go. That's the story of what's happened so far. Kind of what I just said. So far, no overall controls holding. Or gaining, sorry, no overall controls gaining from Labour, but yeah, a bad night for Labour, but that's what we were expecting. It's not surprising. It has been quite shocking, I think, is probably how I'd say it. Very interesting. 3 Lib Dem holds and 3 wins for Reform in Hull. Thank you, Monocrov. Interesting. So Hull starting to declare as well. It's been great to see so many of you subscribing as well. I have to admit, I'm not, because I haven't been doing streaming. I haven't done streaming before. I haven't actually got a clue where to look while I'm doing this at my number of subscribed people. The 14,300 in the top right is a static graphic, so that won't change. It's not live update or anything like that. I missed a couple of super chats as well, I think, ages ago, 38 minutes ago. Sorry, I've been so caught up on looking at X and stuff. Bridgel Mollage said, first reform, then restore. Thank you very much. And Welsh Reformer again. Oh, yeah, I saw that one. Majority in Wales achievable. That's right, we did do that one. But yeah, I've got a load of new subscribers who have come in over this live stream as well. So that's really, really good. Thanks a lot for all of the support, guys. It's been brilliant. I really enjoyed doing this late at night. I think the daughter stayed asleep based off what I heard as well. So hopefully I haven't kept the wife up because she's got work in the morning. So I hopefully will not be in the doghouse. But right, I'm just going to make... I can't do it on here, can I? My YouTube page has crapped itself again. Let's try and get this back. So... just going to make a couple of you who have been very loyal. I know you've been viewers of the channel for a little while, but you've stayed here all throughout the evening, and I appreciate the efforts that you've done. So I'm going to make a couple of you moderators. And again, massive shout out to my spreadsheet helpers, without whom this would not have been possible. Well, unfortunately, all their hard work's kind of gone to waste because the banner data's broken now. So the brilliant work they were doing to get the seats updating is no longer showing, but they're still putting in the vote data, which is really useful. I was going to see if Grok can help me out on this thing before we call it a day. See if I can fix it. Let's have a look. See if I can. No, unfortunately not. Don't think we can. Okay, that's fine. I feel like there must be something somewhere has gone into a field. Could probably do a data validation check on it, maybe. Sorry, I don't know why I'm talking to you guys about this. Something must have gone into a field somewhere that's corrupted the data because it was working fine before. Oh, Wandsworth has started to declare. Interesting. So the first of the Londons is coming through. I can see some results in there coming through already. Interesting. Can I get dubs in the chat again? I know we did it earlier, but they deserve it. We've still got people helping us out in the spreadsheet at this time of the night. Is absolutely incredible. I didn't expect this from the guys. I mean, really, I was more wanting them to be here for Friday. I wouldn't have dreamed to ask them to come and do this at 3 o'clock in the morning. So dubs in the chat for the volunteers and the spreadsheet. Really, really, really useful. Some Bolton results as well. Reform gaining from Labour, no, from Lib Democrats actually. Gain from the Liberal Democrats in West Horton Ward, West Horton North and Hunger Hill. Reform got 37.8% of the vote. Liberal Democrats got 22.7%. So they were down 11. Again, not great from the Liberal Democrats. The Greens also made a gain off of Labour, increasing their vote share by 36.3%. Interestingly, Labour allegedly up 5 points there as well, though. So that's an interesting little result. But the Greens got almost 50% of the vote in that ward. Reform have also made a gain from a localist party in Farnworth South, Bolton. They got 41.3% of the vote, up 28.3% last time they were out. Labour were down 21 points, and the localist was up 32 points. It might be a defection, potentially. Don't know. Difficult to tell, but they're up 32.3 points to 32.3, so it must have been a defection last time, probably from Labour to this localist, but Reform have beaten them. So that's an interesting little result there. Interesting, Jerome. Thank you, Jerome. I mean, Jerome's a monster. He's in the spreadsheet. He's also in the chat. Jerome is saying that the Labour MP for Hartlepool has publicly stated or asked Keir Starmer to resign. So yeah, as Jerome says, it's starting, isn't it? It's very much starting. I'm not sure if yeah, I don't think he can get past this. Sadly for him. Cool. Well, our concurrent viewership is slowly but surely trailing off, which I totally understand at this time of the night. It's been a fantastic thing doing this. I really, really enjoyed it. Like I said, I was a bit nervous, to be honest with you, coming into it. First time ever streaming. Be 4 hours 50. We'll keep going till 3, and then I'll call it a day. But 4 hours and 50 minutes. We've been watching something, even though it's the early doors. We've watched something quite incredible happening here. At its peak, at about 11 o'clock, actually, we had 3,700 people watching at the same time, which is brilliant. We've had 131,000 almost people watch and tune in, which is fantastic. If you're here still and you're not a subscriber, please do subscribe to the channel and like and all that. Get the channel out there. It'd be great to see the channel grow some more out of this. I've really enjoyed doing this. We do, of course, this is the first live stream I've done. We do by-election roundups every Friday, because every Thursday there's a load of by-elections come through. I haven't actually seen any of the by-election results yet. A couple we saw, didn't we, earlier? But yeah, there's a load of by-elections to get into as well. So yeah, guys, if you haven't yet subscribed, please do come and join. Yeah, this has been really good fun. This tomorrow will be funny as well, because it will be even more chaos. With me not being used to streaming, we'll also have the dogs about. The dogs will be about barking, I expect. Postman at the door. Heart has gone to no overall control hold, so that's just popped up on the control changes panel there. Yeah, there's supposed to be a little graphic that pops up at the center bottom of the screen when that happens as well, but that doesn't appear to be working either. It's really quite it's quite disheartening, because I spent a lot of time on this stuff, and unfortunately it's all gone to pot a little bit. But like I say, tin pot and proud. So you can see there's no overall control that's kind of winning, and that's what we were expecting with these thirds of a council electing. So we can change North East Lincolnshire to we'll set it to black for now. I don't think all the results are necessarily in, so we don't really know what the oh, sorry, I've left it on my notifications, haven't I? Apologies, guys. Is it Dudley have started declaring as well? Thank you, Welsh Reformer. We've got 35.6% of the vote for Reform. Again, Tories down 16, Labour down 22.7. Reform gained from the Conservatives in Dudley. There we are. So let's put no overall control onto North East Lincolnshire. We'll soon find out who the largest party is, I'm sure. And what was the other one? Herts, yeah, of course. Where I expect it's still Liberal Democrats as the largest party, but 1 second. Hart, there it is. So localists in Hart tied with the Liberal Democrats at the moment. I don't know if that's all in. Let's have a look, see if they've all been. Not quite all in yet. They're getting there. They're getting there. So we'll keep that black as well for now then. So Hart down here in the in Hampshire, that's also getting to black. So no overall control, doing very well at the moment. We'll change all these black ones that we're doing to whichever party's got the largest is the largest party. Once we know what the results are, we don't know at the moment. So that's why we'll keep them black for now, just until we know. Right, you can probably hear my voice is definitely going. Yeah, again, thank you all for making this a wonderful little experience. I mean, what's the thing is, I would offer to do more live streams, but I just don't really have the facilities for it, like I said, at the moment, because I don't have a place to sort of hide away, and I can't commandeer the whole house for, you know, periods of time. So it'd be great to do more like this. But no, this has been good fun, really good fun, and I think a success. I think we've done well. tomorrow will be the big day, like I say. So make sure you are about tomorrow. 10 a.m. we're going to start. That's the plan anyway. Yeah, I've got a short little sleep up at 7 o'clock with a little one, and then she's going around the grandmother's house, and I'll be on at 10. That's the idea. It might be a little bit later, but I'll try and get on for 10. I don't want to miss too much of what's going on. So yeah, and then we'll be around for most of the day is the plan. Yeah. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, please do all like this video. That'd be fantastic. Yeah, I mean, it's great. We have 1,500 viewers at the moment watching at 3 o'clock in the morning. That's pretty good going, actually. It's very good going. Lib Dems have gained Stockport Council. Thank you. Fred Kinner sing again, I think. Thank you very much. Brilliant. That's a good place to end it on then, isn't it? So let's see if we've got... The boys were putting in Stockport here, weren't they? So... If we can... So what's gone on in Stockport? So Liberal Democrats have gained, so far from the data we've got, which is in our sheet. Labour have gained, sorry, Labour have not gained. The Liberal Democrats have gained 2 off of Labour, Reform have gained 2 off of Labour, the Greens have gained 1 off of Labour as well, and the Lib Dems have held all of their seats. Let me just see if I can find a confirmation on these last ones, and then I'll put them in. And then we'll call it a day for the stream. No, not 2024. Oh, Stockport live stream their results. Very fancy. Oh, come on. It doesn't want to load for some reason. Let's see if it's on here then. No, not on Wikipedia yet. Let's see if it's on the Manchester Evening News. Oh, here we go. So, which ones have we not got on our spreadsheet? We need Bredbury Green. Bredbury and Woodley. Bredbury Green is Liberal Democrat hold. Lovely. So we can put that in. So it should pop up in a minute with Liberal Democrat gain. And we also need Heald Green. Heald Green is independent. And Heaton's South is a Labour hold. Offerton, Liberal Democrats. And so yeah, let me know what you think of the stream. If you like the stream, guys, please do leave a like on the video. It's like someone said, it gets the video out there, gets the channel noticed a bit more. Reddish South was a Green Party hold. So yeah, Stockport indeed. Liberal Democrat gain from no overall control. That should pop up on the screen momentarily. In fact, it will if I put the graphic back up. Let me put the graphic back up. That one. There it is. Liberal Democrats gain Stockport from no overall control. So that's it. That's where we'll leave the stream for this evening. 1,400 of you watching. So thank you to all of you who have made it this far into the night. 3:01 in the morning in UK time. We've been streaming for 5 hours. Just gone over the 5-hour mark now. So very, very good stream, very long stream, but it went very quickly actually. Yeah, I really enjoyed doing this, guys. So thank you so much for tuning in and being here for the inaugural Election Watch live stream. Very good fun. We've got more to come tomorrow, more drama, and we'll be seeing. Yeah, I think. Well, obviously London's gonna be coming in, isn't it? In the next few hours, probably next 2 or 3 hours actually. So they'll be there when we wake up in the morning, and we'll go through it all. Thank you once again to my volunteers. You're more than welcome, guys. Thank you. It's great to see your support in the chat. My volunteers in the spreadsheet, who are still going, by the way, really, really great effort from them. If we can get another dub in the chat for the volunteers before we go, that'd be great as well. Yeah, now I've got to keep twittering on for about 2 minutes while you guys put dubs in the chat, which is fine. I can do that. I can Twitter. People are always telling me in the comments you talk too much. Like, well, probably. Yeah, we'll see you all tomorrow for the main events and Wales and Scotland. Don't forget as well. Wales is. I think Wales. If the sort of tremors out there are true, then Wales maybe is going to be a big one. Maybe Scotland as well. I think everywhere's going to be a big one. To be honest with you. Very good. The dubs in the chat for the volunteers are great. Really, really thank you genuinely to the volunteers. I wasn't expecting you to be up at 3 a.m. doing this, so thank you so much. Right. We will leave it there. Thank you to all of you. Thank you so much for making this an enjoyable experience. We'll be back tomorrow. 10 a.m. is the plan. There or thereabouts. And I will see you all then.